I call to order this 2025 budget hearing for August 29th. It is 5:32, fourth night of budget hearings. I'm driving this bus home tonight, so kids, let's get home soon.
Hear, hear.
Well, I don't need to do the agenda because Deputy City Clerk Crossley did that for me. Thank you, thank you. Much better than I could have. Before we move on, I'm going to read the land and labor acknowledgement for the City of Bloomington. We recognize that the City of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana, and specifically Bloomington, resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. So thank you everyone for being here. We will have structured debate tonight, so each department head will come up and present for their allotted time, followed by council questioning. Each member gets 3 minutes total for questioning, followed by public comment. Each member of the public can have 2 minutes for public comment, followed by city council again for their turn for comment, 3 minutes each, and then we'll move on to the next department. At the end of the evening, each council member will have 3 minutes for closing remarks. And what was I supposed to say? Oh, yes.
Since it was not part of the proposal at the start of the week, I'd like to move that we do add a final comment period of up to 3 minutes per council member to comment on the overall budget at the end of tonight's session.
Second.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so we will add that to the end of the agenda. We have to vote on it. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to take call. I knew I was going to mess up. All right. So can we just do a voice call on the amendment? All in favor?
Yay.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it passes 9 in favor. Before we move on, I will take roll call. I apologize for that. Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Councilmember Zulik.
Here.
Councilmember Rollo.
Here.
Councilmember Daly. Here. Councilmember Stossberg.
Here.
Councilmember Asari.
Feels like an existential question, but yes, I am here.
Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Here.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Here.
All right, thank you. And then finally, one last note, we have been collecting questions from council members for department heads all week. We've had an online document where members can put their questions in. Those questions are due by, is it noon on September 2nd, next Tuesday, the 3rd? Thank you. And then those questions are being answered as they're coming in, and we will be publishing them online once we have all of that compiled. So with all of that business taken care of, we will now hear from Clerk Bolden for Office of the City Clerk. You have 10 minutes.
I don't really know how to use this. Oh, hey. How cool. So good evening. I'm Clerk Nicole Bolden, and for those of you who may be visually impaired, I am a brown-skinned black woman with my hair worn to my shoulders and a navy blue blazer. So, you guys made it. Like, here we are. It's the last night of budget hearings for the new council, and I've been so impressed with the quality of presentations this week. So thank you to the council, and thank you to the administration for everything that we've done so far. I'm going to give you all a brief overview of the clerk's office, and I do mean brief because I think you may have questions, and I'd rather save the time for questions, or if not, pass off my time to the council office for your presentation. So, the clerk's office handles the city code, records, parking citation appeals. We currently have 3 full-time employees in the office, a chief deputy clerk and 2 deputy clerks. Earlier this year, you approved the addition of a deputy clerk for communications and outreach who will be responsible for boards and commissions. When I finish having some conversations about staffing and financing of those positions, we'll probably have a shift in what's listed right now in our slides. So as I talk, I'm really going to be talking about where I hope we end up as opposed to what's necessarily in here. So where we are now at this point in the year, we have all of our clerk staff who have completed their certification requirements. So this is the first in Bloomington history where we are all Indiana accredited municipal clerks. And this is huge because what it entails is HR training, records training, minutes, parliamentary procedures. I'm blanking on the other one that I listed earlier, but the important part is it involves hours of education and training on how to become a better city clerk. And what that means for you and ultimately for our community is that we are getting the best available services and a level of professionalism from our staff that is very helpful. You know, I just realized I wasn't doing the same thing that I always ask you all to do, which is speak into the microphone. In addition to everybody being an Indiana accredited municipal clerk, I myself am also I hold an advanced certification, which means I've had additional training. I'm also a certified municipal clerk, and this year I became a master municipal clerk. Now, the end result of it for all of you and for your purposes, what it means is that I've gone to multiple classes and ongoing education so that, again, I can serve the community better. Because ultimately, our goal here is to not only make our jobs easier, but to make things more transparent for the public and for the council and for the community. So that's what we do. We have all completed our cybersecurity training compliance, which is important because, as you all know, we've had some issues with cyber attacks, and we're trying very hard to not have issues come from our office. We had the benefit of getting an audit, a security audit last year through some IU students. It was wonderful. They told us some things we could do to make things better, and we've been implementing it. So thank you very much. And over the last year, we have managed a 31% increase in parking citation appeals over the preceding year for the same time period. Now, that is both a success and somewhat of a detriment, but the bottom line is we've been managing it. And people are getting citations, members of the public call, they come in, they're upset and confused as to why did I get this parking ticket? What's going on? So what we are handling at that point is ongoing education and communications and outreach. And today I had the immense pleasure of getting a phone call from somebody who just wanted to say thank you because one of my deputy clerks, the wonderful Jennifer Crossley, who's clerking this evening, actually walked them through step by step in terms of how to fill out a parking citation appeal and really talk to them about what it meant in terms of getting a ticket, what they did, and how to avoid getting tickets in the future. And I think ultimately that is the goal for us as a city, which is to make the quality of life for all of our residents, whatever they're doing, better. So, challenges and needs, we need to finish reorganizing clerk staff. I had a wonderful conversation with Mayor Thompson today. We're going to be meeting, so hopefully we can get that straightened out so that we can actually hire the people we need to hire at the salaries we need to hire them at. And we need space. This is not something that is particular to the clerk and council office, and I really do have to stress that. We all know we're squeezed out. This building is only so big, and departments are looking for more seats. But right now, we do not have enough desk space in our suite for all of the clerk and council staff. So we are going to have to figure out how to accommodate everyone. The flip side of that is right now, we have an opportunity. We're bringing in new council staff, interns, clerk staff. This is the time when we can start partnering in new ways and exciting ways. Oddly enough, having a vacancy in the council office has been interesting because we're talking about what can we do in the clerk's office to support council. What does that look like? And that's, in my very nerdy mind, very exciting. And we're looking at new software so that we can offer more efficient services. One of the things that we're looking at with a new communications deputy is what services and what things can we bring in to make sure that we're reaching more members of the public to participate in our boards and commission process and streamline the processes that we have in place. So this is the budget summary that the administration put in. And I will tell you, even though I've said our salaries would be different, even with the changes that I would like to see in my salaries, there is actually no difference in the money. So you'll see a change of 110,000 and some change that is primarily related to cost of living increases and an additional staff member. I know it seems scary to look and see 25% increase in category 2, but it's $1,500 and it's related to the increase in costs for supplies. I cannot do anything about the fact that we have to order books for ordinances and resolutions and minutes other than say, don't work. But since you're going to keep on working, we're going to keep on ordering those supplies. And other services are related to, again, coming back to additional staff members and increased costs for the things that we have. This is a different breakdown. And I think I covered all of those things, so I'm going to keep on skipping through. And this is the department budget by fund. Again, all of it comes out of the general fund, and I can't read the numbers from here, so I hope that you all can read. And for members of the public, it's 553,000 roughly. The exact numbers you can see. But overall, our purpose is to support the city council, keep the records of our community, and make sure that we are helping. So I want to thank you all for your support and your consideration of the budget. I'm here also to answer specific questions because, as you may or may not know, the council is supposed to approve my staffing levels and my salaries for my clerks. So I'm here to talk about that in more detail as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clerk Bolden, helpful as always. Any questions for Clerk Bolden? Councilmember, sorry.
This is just taking the opportunity to ask a question because of the, because of the opportunities presenting itself, so I'm asking a question. We currently are undergoing a hiring process as a council, and I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts as pertains to the budget, supplies, et cetera, on how we can optimize the functioning of or the overlap between clerk's office and city council, and are there ways that in this current budget year that we could make better use of the fact that we have a shared space?
Well,
Us get better, that's my question.
so there are a lot of things that we already have in place. Because we share a space, a lot of our supplies are shared between the two offices. A lot of the basic function in the office are shared. I don't think there are any things that are purely clerk only or purely council only in terms of what we buy and use in the office. In terms of facilitating meetings and staffing and everything else, we've actually been having those conversations in hiring committee, and I've been meeting with council president and your interim attorney to figure out what we can do to help out. And whether this is a short-term solution or long-term, I do not know, but I'm very open to having ongoing conversations and helping with any research that you want to do in sibling cities or comparison cities. I don't know how you phrase it.
In a lot of comparison cities, the clerk's office plays a similar role to some of the administrative functions that we hire separately. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what would it look like if the clerk's office currently were to take on more of the administration of council processes?
It would look very expensive.
Yeah.
Teasing you. I don't know, but I think that's something that I am open to having ongoing and continuing conversations about. This is fairly late in the budget process to start having those conversations because it would not only impact my staff, it would impact your staff, and it would impact salaries across the board. So we would really be looking at rewriting job descriptions, expectations, and how everybody would get paid. You can reopen the salary ordinance for everybody but elected officials, and I didn't talk about my salary in this presentation, but that is something that would really have to be ironed out. Not opposed to it at all. Y'all know me, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Clerk Zulik, or Councilmember Zulik.
I did.
It's been a long week.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Clerk Bolden. In your opinion, with the current level of educational attainments that all of your staff has, congratulations, by the way, would you say that the current salaries in your office are reflective of that?
Wow. No, but there are a couple of ways to handle that. So one, we could do what other communities have done, which is write a salary or an ordinance that actually provides bonuses for educational attainment. So that doesn't actually raise the base salary, that provides an annual bonus of, I think, I'm trying to remember what it is, and I haven't really looked at the numbers for different communities, but they have written it in where they've said, you know, if you have your IAMC, which is the Indiana Accredited Municipal Certification, then you get an additional X number of dollars. You could do that. The other part of it is, and I did actually keep that in mind when I was looking at my salaries, and so I increased the salaries for the clerk staff, and I actually cut out another part of the line because we're not going to do an intern next year. So I made that adjustment. Ultimately, in that change, it will be a neutral thing. There may be a couple of minor tweaks in the numbers, but I'm not opposed to doing that. And again, I do have to have further conversations with the administration.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Stossberg.
Well, we're talking about salaries, and it sounds, I think in some ways, another important question is the comparison salaries in terms of pay scale in your office. And I assume that all of these are going to get regraded with the rest of the city. But can you tell us right now, in terms of your overall personnel numbers, how that's broken down between the 5 positions, the clerk, the chief deputy, the 2 current deputy clerks, and the new vacant position? Do you have all those numbers off the top of your head, or do you need to?
I have them right here in front of me.
Oh, great.
The top of my head is not a great place right now. And before we go any further, you said you assumed those numbers would be done with the rest of the city, and I do want to clarify somewhat. The Indiana Code says that the clerk may, with the approval of the legislative body, fix the salaries of deputies and employees. It's the Indiana Code, so it cross-references into 10 other sections at any given moment. But trying to tie clerk staff in with the rest of city employees is somewhat problematic because I'm going to pull Kendrick Lamar here. They're not like us, or rather, they're not like everybody else. So they are all appointees who serve at the pleasure of the clerk. You, as the council, approve the number of employees and deputies that I have. You, as the council, approve the salaries of the employees that I have. So it doesn't quite fall under the administration in the way that you would normally think of for the rest of the staff. That said, what the administration proposed was $89,610.04 for the city clerk, $69,948.58 for the deputy chair for community and outreach, $61,911.20 for the chief deputy clerk, $56,525.82 for both of the other deputy clerks. I'm happy.
Writing those down. Can Can you repeat the chief deputy and the current deputy clerks again, please?
The chief deputy is currently listed in the budget as proposed by the administration at $61,911.20. And the deputy clerks as proposed by the administration are at $56,525.82.
Okay.
The
and
difference,
So just to clarify, because I only have like 8 seconds left, so what you're considering doing is reconfiguring that structure yourself to make sure that your office is
yes,
aligned?
as allowed under state code. That is
Okay.
exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you.
And if anybody will let me answer the rest of that question. Thank you very much. The proposal that I put in place would be taking out the line item for temporary employees and distributing that money amongst the deputy chairs and the chief deputy so that their salaries are actually more in line, but we'll still keep them in their current job grades. So it's not a change in terms of their job grades, and it's just to get them to a better place, especially in light of the work that they're doing.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we will now open up for public comment. Deputy Attorney Kulak, if you could make the announcement online, please.
Yes, of course. If you would like to make a public comment and you are on Zoom, you can do so by raising your hand using the Reactions tab or the More tab. And if you need assistance, you can send a chat to the meeting host.
And while we wait to see if we have any online takers, is there anybody here in the room that would like to make public comment? Please approach this.
Hi, Gretchen
Hi.
Knapp, Deputy Mayor. I just want to clarify, those are the current salaries. So all of the salaries for every civil employee in the city in the budgets are their current salaries. Post-Crow, many people's salaries would be different after regrading. So if the clerks, if the folks in the clerk's office were included in that, not including the clerk since she's an elected official, they would also go through Crow. So it would be different then.
Thank you.
No
Anybody
takers online at the moment.
No takers. Last call for in chambers? Okay, so now we will move back to council for comments. You have 3 minutes. Anybody would like to make a comment? Yeah. I recognize Clerk Bolden.
Just to clarify, I got those numbers from that I listed for the salaries from the controller's office. So if those are incorrect, I'm happy to adjust it in terms of the current salaries. But for the Crow study, that was not something that I asked for or participated in as clerk. So I don't know what information, if any, they're using for the clerk's office. Thank you.
Any comments? Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Actually, a question. I guess it's permissible now to ask questions at this time. Deputy Mayor Knapp, could you, when is the data from the Crow regarding electeds, when is that due to us?
So it wouldn't be for the upcoming salary ordinance associated with this budget. We would have to do it a little bit later in the year because the process is so time-consuming to regrade all of the positions. So we have done that. We've regraded positions, and we just have to calculate by each person and their tenure.
So this is the, when you say this year, meaning the end of 2024?
It would most likely be October, November, so we would need time to go through and determine each individual person and rewrite the whole salary ordinance for, 2 people in the same role. One's been there 10 years, one's been there 1 year. They would earn different salaries based on the new system.
And then we would have a special appropriation for that purpose?
It would just be we would stay within the total budget amount. The $6 million that we've allocated for Crow for the City of Bloomington civil employees lives in the HR budget temporarily. The controller can tell you more about this when she's up. And as we get the determinations of where people fall in tenure for each role, and many roles, as they've gone through the grading process, are at a higher grade level. And of course, the salary grades themselves have changed. So even if you're at the same salary grade level, your salary would likely increase depending on your tenure in the role.
Okay.
Any other comments? Councilmember Strasburg.
I just want to thank Clerk Bolden for her dedication to continuing education for herself and her staff. I think that that's really important in any office and any field to have that kind of dedication and that kind of commitment to professionalism and doing a good job. So thank you for promoting that and actively encouraging that amongst your staff.
To my right. Oh, yes, Councilmember Zulik. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. I remember last year sitting in the public, Councilmember Strasburg and I sat together last year, and we talked a lot about clerk salary and the salary of the clerk staff, and I am generally in favor of people getting paid what they deserve, so I want to start off by saying that, but also Clerk Bolden and her staff go above and beyond what I know the traditional duties of a clerk are, and I think we can all commend her for that, and I believe that she and her staff should be paid accordingly. Thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Sure, thank you. I think I really just need more conversation and more information to better understand, not right now, but at some near future date to better understand some of the limitations of applying the overall approach to compensation and classification in the city and updating in line with the Crow study, for instance, using the new work committee. The work might mean committee already, so that might be redundant. In any case, understanding those limitations, what the different scenario is with the clerk's office that might lead to different considerations from us as the council when it comes to the salary ordinance, salary levels, funding, et cetera, and those decisions. And then also just noting that more thinking is maybe needed around probably both the council and clerk positions as heads of departments. We had feedback from the mayor's office that it's sort of an arbitrary distinction, department heads. I guess so, but functionally, department heads, which we call department heads usually, have all made very close to the same salary in a quite narrow band, about $6,000 to $8,000 range. The salary grade range is, of course, much wider, but it's a very narrow band. When we recognized that the clerk and council offices, as also heading departments, were considerably below what all the other department heads were making, a number of us have insisted since that actually we have parity among department heads within whatever narrow band they're functioning. I still tend to believe that's true. I seem to have gotten a different opinion from the Office of the Mayor. Again, I think there are unique considerations of the clerk's office that warrant some different thinking, perhaps, but I haven't been convinced otherwise from my past conclusions on that, I guess. The one thing I will note is that the expansion to 14 grades, and it seemed like this administration in particular, from past conversations I had with the deputy mayor, were maybe exploring going away from that past trend of keeping all department heads in a very narrow salary range. So that might be changing, and so that might have some bearing on our thinking as well. Anyway, mainly need more conversation, more information, but very supportive of the clerk's office, the work you do, as well as being very careful in the attention we apply to the unique considerations of your office. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? To my left? To my right? Okay. Councilmember Asari.
First and foremost, just want to say thank you to our excellent clerk staff and specifically for your leadership and for all of the team for the support that you provide to council. I think following on the comments that I was making earlier, I have said it before in our meetings, as much as we are now moving towards an outcome-based budget, one of the things that we need to think very critically about is what outcomes we get from our organizing and our structure. I'm both speaking about, in preparation for our conversations around council structure, but I think that sort of, there's a Venn diagram there with sort of how we think about the relationship with the clerk, and I'd be really interested in having, and hopefully us having that conversation as we sort of move to a longer budget window for the next year. I think that should be at the forefront of our mind. I think also, and I think this comment really, I'll probably repeat it 3 times. I think it's relevant for council. I think it's relevant for clerk. I think it's relevant for the office of the mayor. But we have to be really careful, and as we start thinking about outcome-based budgets, many times essentially our goals are like to survive, like our goals are like to, continue to function like in the way that we functioned, or like continue to pay ourselves, whatever. Like, we have to hold ourselves accountable to creating goals that are first focused on the services that we provide, and I think that that's a challenge. It's just a bureaucratic challenge, right? I mean, like when we think about ourselves, right? It's hard to be like, oh yeah, like the function of this office is not for the office to exist, but to do a thing, right? And I think that I don't know if within this, this is more conceptual really than budget line at this point. So I just think that that's something, really for the 3 offices to think really a lot about when we have this next longer process. But again, I really, really am mindful of the fact that we, for the first time in something like 25 years, have an opportunity to restructure what council office looks like. Is it more than that? However long it is, it's been way too long, and I think it's time. Councilmember Rallo's been on the council that whole time, but like I think that it's time, for us to actually think about what outcomes are tied to the ways that we organize as a body, and I think that the clerk's office can help a lot with that. So again, thanking you for your leadership, and looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Any last minute takers for more comment? All right, well then I'll take this moment to just make a brief comment. I'm pretty repetitive what everybody else has said, but I just want to acknowledge we've talked a lot about retention this week, and I think we are immensely lucky to have the clerk and clerk staff that we do, such a highly educated and trained team who do a tremendous and impressive job supporting council. So thank you for that and for your leadership, and that if we want to retain such high-quality clerk's office, we need to make sure that we're paying them to retain them. So hopefully we can get that settled. So thank you very much. And thank you. That concludes the portion for the Office of the City Clerk. All right, next up is Office of Common Council. That's us. Representing Office of Common Council is Deputy Attorney Kulak and Councilmember Piedmont Smith. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. Ash Kulak, Interim Council Attorney Administrator. I am here with the proposed budget for this office. I wanted to give a little bit of an introduction for the public benefit as to who you all are, what you all do. You're the legislative and fiscal body of the city. There are 9 of you, as there are in second-class cities of Bloomington size. You're representing 6 districts, and there are also 3 at-large members who serve 4-year terms. By legislative body, you pass resolutions and ordinances. Ordinances can change the Bloomington City Code. So if you remember the age-old cartoon, How a Bill Becomes a Law, it's kind of like that. It's a democratic legislative process. You're also the fiscal body responsible for adopting, among many things, a budget. So when it comes to staffing, there are 3 full-time employees and up to 1 to 2 interns at a time. There are 2 attorneys who provide legal advice, draft legislation, and provide legal research and also, if necessary, legal representation. There's also, everyone does administrative work as well, including staffing meetings like tonight's meeting, constituent contact, and also some policy-based research. Status, some successes. So this kind of goes through 2023. I'm going to kind of briefly touch on 2024 since this is the beginning of your council term. So some of the legislation that you all have really worked on, policy changes to the Bloomington Municipal Code related to council processes, responding to state preemption with regard to the pet shop ordinance. Some policy, a lot of policy-based resolutions. So the Deem Wilderness Resolution, the opposition to the LEAP pipeline, resolutions on safe streets for all, the ceasefire resolution in Gaza, comprehensive planned amendments for the accessible transportation and mobility principles, budgeting for outcomes, and gender-affirming care resolution. Some challenges, of course. We are short-staffed at the moment. And I think another thing that we'd like to work on is probably sharing institutional knowledge across more than just one or two people. Opportunities, I think that's where I'm going to leave Councilmember Piedmont Smith on to talk about your opportunities and your goals.
Greetings, colleagues. So opportunities and goals. I think that the vacancy of the City Council Attorney Administrator is a challenge, but also an opportunity, as was mentioned earlier, to kind of rethink the staff organization in our department. Moving on to goals, so we seek to increase communication and engagement with the public in the coming year, improve with how we work with our council staff and just the work environment for our council staff. And we seek to improve coordination and collaboration with the mayor's administration, both on legislation and for the budget. We are seeking an increase in Jack Hopkins Social Service Fund grants and an increase in pedestrian safety via the Council Sidewalk Fund. I think I will turn it over for a department summary back to Interim Attorney Administrator Kulak.
So briefly touching on the department budget summary for the council office, there's a total increase in 11%, accounting for 2% increase in salaries. I'll defer to the controller's office as to how that goes to the 3% for the total 3% increase across the city for inflation. There's a big decrease in supplies, category 2, because of Adobe licenses. I think I explained that actually there. There's no need for additional Adobe Pro licenses for incoming council members, so that was cut. Another big increase is in other services. Category 3, the main change is adding $150,000 for Jack Hopkins to go up to $500,000 instead of $350,000. And then the last thing, no change to category 4. That's the Alternative Transportation Fund, ATF, that's staying at $350,000. And next on the goals.
So the first goal, increasing communication and engagement with the public. A lot of people don't know who we are and what we do, and they assume we do things that we don't do. So we have some work to do on that. As far as who we do hear from and who is plugged in, those tend to be always the same people, and we want to hear from a broader swath of constituents in the community. And I think to do that, we need to start exploring social media, so that's something that we would like to do in the coming year. The outcomes, I mean, the bottom line is we would have better decisions, better legislation if we reach out to the people that we serve and get their ideas, and less frustration for people barking up the wrong tree. Timeline, I mean, this is ongoing. These are just some, and I haven't been forwarding. Here we go. So these are just some indications of timeline, but this is certainly something that, a goal that we have had in the past and that will keep going. Goal number 2, improving work with and for the council staff. So that means improving how we council members work with the staff and also improving their work environment so that they know how to prioritize and they can become more efficient and get to know really what they should be focusing on. And they need more professional development opportunities and performance reviews, which they don't get. Let's see, where are we? So these are some things that we've noticed just working with staff and especially with new council members coming in. It's a fresh set of eyes on some of our staff processes, and I think we're eager to improve them. We will then, so more efficient workflows, et cetera. Goal 3, improving coordination and collaboration with the mayor's office. Basically, we need to reach out to the mayor and relevant department heads sooner on legislation and on the budget process. We don't expect this to have any budget impact as such, but we do expect better outcomes. Just like outreach to the community and getting more buy-in from the community, outreach and coordination with the mayor's office will lead to better legislation. Increased funds for Jack Hopkins social service funds. I think I don't really need to review the need for this. We have a lot of needs in the community, including with unhoused folks, and the social service agencies are doing a good job, but they need more money. So there's that one. And then we also seek to increase safety of pedestrians through building missing sidewalks and filling in those gaps. And we need to really put our money where our mouth is as far as Vision Zero and envisioning no deaths or serious injuries for pedestrians and bicyclists. And so we did ask for an extra $150,000 for the Council Sidewalk Fund. This request was not included by the administration in the budget proposal, but there have been discussions about increasing funding for sidewalks through GO bonds. And back to Ash for a summary.
So this just lists the departmental budget by the fund, each fund by category. So as a brief reminder especially for members of the public, Category 1 is personnel, Category 2 supplies, 3 is other services, and then 4 is capital outlays. And as you can see, we've got the general fund, Jack Hopkins, and alternative transport fund. So with that kind of concludes the presentation by both myself and Council President. I wanted to defer to you all as to what your goals were, since we're switching to more of a outcome-based budget than in years past. So I appreciate Councilmember Piedmont Smith assisting me with that. So with that, I can take questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councilmember Rollo. Yeah.
This may be a question for the controller, but I can't recall. We used to support the Buskirk-Chumley through our budget, and we no longer do we? I don't see it in any line item, and I wondered, is that support still going to the theater, and is it in a different category, a different budget?
Can you, yeah. I will defer to the controller.
Sorry, Controller McClellan, I could have asked you.
Good evening, everyone. Controller McClellan. Buskirk-Chumley funding comes through TIF, and it is in the TIF budget.
So it still occurs, and it's still 100,000? Is that what it is per year?
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I'll look.
Okay.
And I'll put that in the answers. I've been taking notes and putting answers in your folder.
Okay, just trying to track that down. Thank you.
I see in the general fund budget proposal in the line for grants, $55,000, and I believe that is the money for Buskirk-Chumley Theater.
Is that ESD?
No, that's in our budget.
And council,
Yeah.
I'll look at that too. I think they're getting funding from then 2 different places.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Stossberg.
Hi, thank you. So I am looking at the temporary salaries and wages line, and it has $1,800 in it for 2024 and 2025. And my understanding is that is $1,000 for the president and $800 for the vice president. And I was trying to figure out where I had read that, and I'm thinking maybe it was the salary ordinance for last year, but I was kind of surprised to see, like, so was that like bonus for those two positions only like started this year, 2024? So in 2023, was there no bonus for those positions?
No, so that bonus was still existed. I don't know where it was exactly, but the president and vice president did see those increases.
Okay, so do you know how long that rate has been, 1,000 for president and 800 for vice president, in terms of those bonuses?
You know, I'm not sure on exactly how long I can get that knowledge and get back with you.
Okay, does Attorney Bryce maybe know? Okay, I would be interested in that, and I'll tell you, I did the math on that a little bit, and so our official meeting schedule has 36 meetings, which means for president, they would be getting an additional $28 a meeting, and for vice president, $22 a meeting. And as parliamentarian, I've really seen how hard, especially the president position, has to work and how many extra things that they have to do. And I think it is a pretty pathetic incentive, especially on top of what some would say is a pretty low wage for being in this position, to just get an additional $28 a meeting for all of those things that the presidential position does. And I don't know where those numbers came from or how long they're there, but I have some interest in increasing that bonus for those positions of leadership. That was probably more of a comment, but I guess the question lives out there, is there a way that we could do that somehow, and how would we have to do that? I don't know if anybody can answer it now, but.
If you want to.
Marchie Rice, Corporation Counsel. I looked, it was in the 2022 salary ordinance. I'll go back a little bit farther. But when you approve the salary ordinance for the elected officials, so it sets the salaries, and then there's another line that basically says, here's the stipend for these positions. So you simply increase that. Remember that elected officials' salaries cannot be changed in the year in which they're set. You can change employee salaries anytime you want to, but elected officials, you have to set them in 2024 for 2025. So we'll want to get that right before December 31st.
Thank you. I would like to look into that farther.
Point of information. I believe, if memory serves, those amounts were set in 2019 to start in 2020. So it was the outgoing council in 2019, I believe, that set those rates. So it's been around a little while with those same numbers.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Sari.
Hello. So I asked a question to Director Killian Hansen about the functioning of and overlapping processes around a lot of different grants. I think my specific question was, given that multiple departments and programs such as CFRD grants, Jack Hopkins, and HANDS are involved in addressing homelessness and housing needs, et cetera, do we think that there's an opportunity to consolidate these efforts for greater impact, as something that I think we've talked about here? And I wanted to run the answer by you because I'm interested in as a staff member, your take on sort of how we function as a council. Director Killian Hansen said, I do believe there should be a more concerted effort to collaborate. However, HAND deals with HUD, and that's highly regulated. HUD encourages collaboration, et cetera, et cetera. I would encourage us all to keep a log of funding requests and community needs. We typically have more than double the funding requests than we're able to fill with CDBG funds, for example. Projects that do not get filled should be, in their opinion, considered for Jack Hopkins or others. I also think that we should be analyzing some of these projects. Similarly, for instance, we have a scoring tool. We have a rubric for analyzing new housing projects. Working together is always better for further wider reach. Thoughts from council staff perspective on what it would look like for us to better integrate these multiple funds that sort of have very similar goals?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think council staff has been involved with the Jack Hopkins process for a while. We've been traditionally working, I think that Colleen's position, the assistant, has done a lot of the work to get the applications in, set out the deadlines, collect all of the responses, put it together, put the packets together, and then have the meetings set up. So I think having collaboration from other departments would probably be really great. I think there are a lot of moving parts that you all have that you've wanted to consolidate, and I think that would probably work well as long as we're kind of in conversation about it. I agree. This year I think there was an ask of $650,000, and there was only $350 in funding. So I do think that is an issue where there's a higher need than there is funds to give out. So I think consolidating for a greater impact might be beneficial, but of course I would need to look further into the rules around, because HAND has to follow specific rules and procedures where, for Jack Hopkins, it's something different.
Right.
So.
And then in the last 14 seconds,
Yes.
You've been serving as the head attorney. In your opinion, do we need the staffing structure that we currently have? 4 seconds, go. No, I'm joking. I'll send that to you in writing, but I do
Yes.
think it's worth us considering. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I will ask a quick question then, if you don't mind. So we talked about putting aside some professional development funds for council staff, which is always wonderful. Will there be availability within those, perhaps, do you foresee, for maybe using some of those funds for professional development for council members too? Is that how that could work? For example, for like DEI workshops and that type of training?
Yeah, so I think there is travel expense for council members already. I think some of you have used it to go to workshops and trainings across, Indiana or even the country. I know what our office has traditionally used that for, to my knowledge, is continuing legal educations. So there is a big continuing legal education that AIM, it's like Accelerate Indiana Municipalities, puts on every year. It's a big conference in June where we get the annual update on Supreme Court cases, legislation, and then breakout sessions on a lot of different areas impacting municipal law. It's the biggest municipal law seminar, so that's what we do for our continuing education, and that's kind of the bulk of where that money goes for us. And that's kind of the professional development opportunities that I've been involved with since my start in August 2022.
Yeah, I guess that was my bigger question, is there somewhere in the budget for that? So it didn't have to be specifically from that same fund, but okay. You put it better than I could have. Thank you. All right, any last questions? I think I just closed it out, but just giving one last call. No. Okay, so now we will open it up for public comment. If there's anybody in chambers that would like to make public comment, now is the time to step on up. And if we could make an announcement, please, to our online audience.
If you would like to make a public comment and you are online, you can do so by raising your hand using the Reactions tab or the More tab. And if you need assistance, you can send a chat to the meeting host. And I believe there are a couple of chats.
All right, well, we can start with an online chat, since there doesn't seem to be anybody in chambers right now.
I think this is actually a comment for the Human Resources presentation, so I will hold this. Yes, this is a chat for the Human Resources portion. So I'll save that. And I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, I don't see anybody takers here in chambers, so I will now come back to council. Any comments from council members? Councilmember Stossberg.
Hi, thank you. I really do want to pursue figuring out a better way to compensate our president and our vice president as positions on an executive team that do a lot of work. And the other thing that I wanted to mention was the Jack Hopkins Social Services Fund, and I'm on that committee this year. Technically, it's still happening, even though we kind of got done with our portion for this year. But we talked a little bit about kind of formatting that a little bit differently, and I think especially with this additional money, we should think about reformatting how we do that. One of the things we talked about was having a specific portion of our funds set aside specifically for smaller organizations. One thing we talked about was setting aside a specific amount for certain categories like unhoused or food security or things like that. So especially I think with those with a few more funds in that account, I would be in favor of kind of looking at how we can subdivide that to make sure that we are supporting as many organizations and as many good deeds out there as we possibly can with that money. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. First, just a big thank you to Ash Kulak, our interim attorney administrator, and Colleen Williamson, our assistant administrator and legal research assistant. It's a pleasure working with you both. We're so glad to have you, and sorry that it's stressful right now while we're short-staffed. But we will get through it, and we'll get there. I appreciate that we're looking at benchmarking for city council salaries. I think to make an informed decision about any of that, we do need to look at, especially second-class cities around the state. So I appreciate that we're pursuing that. Fully agree that the president stipend in particular should be higher than it is currently. Vice president, maybe. I'd be curious to hear a little bit more. Having not served in either of those positions, I can't tell you from first-hand experience, but I'd be curious to know more. But I know the president ends up working a lot of extra hours, much more than that stipend probably justifies. I'm also interested in staffing and reorganization conversations. I think we should be looking at that. I'm not sure where exactly that leads or how that fits in with our existing job search, but I'm supportive of the exploration. I do wonder about our public engagement goal in particular, and that we might actually need dedicated staffing for that. There is support in the mayor's administration, of course, for this exact same task, but it's a different branch and kind of a different purpose. And for us, it's kind of a different need also. We are limited in what we can do as council members because we have jobs, and this is a part-time or a quarter-time job. And I think dedicated support to that end is something that would be interesting to explore. Jack Hopkins Social Service Funding, glad that we successfully, with the help from the mayor's office, were able to increase that this year. Obviously, much needed. Not so with the sidewalk fund. I've long been a proponent of just getting rid of the sidewalk committee and having a good plan and funding that. I think it's actually the same with Jack Hopkins. I think we should find ways to combine that with other things, because I don't think it's time that inherently needs to be council member time, staff, or council member. But in the absence of a sidewalk master plan or even funding to create one, and in the absence of any capital plan, I think we do need that sidewalk funding. It's been static for a long, long time. I think the increase was meager and justified. So in the absence of those other things, I think I'm still interested in seeing adjustment to meet the ask from the council office. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo, and then Councilmember Asari.
Thank you. Gratitude to Ash Kulak for all your help and your staff. I had a comment about Jack Hopkins. I hold this probably, in terms of this budget, the highest priority. And it's because CBGB money has been declining for decades. And it's what municipalities receive is about 1/3 of what used to be received in the mid-90s, even as the need has grown. So a higher need and less funds. And so to me, the best stopgap for this, or one of the best, is Jack Hopkins. Clearly, the need is expressed in terms of $650,000 applications, which we were only able to cover about half of last year. With the additional funding, it'll cover about close to 80%, but it would be nice if we had sufficient funds to cover all of it. Of course, Bloomington's blessed to have a broad spectrum of social service agencies, and I think that we ought to step up and help them to the extent that we can. Funding can often be used to leverage more funds. And so I'll make a plea that we should increase that amount. I don't think it's going to break the budget to match what the need was in applications last year. Thank you.
Councilmember, sorry.
First off, thank you, and also this was a great start, everyone! Yay! Thank you so much to the president and to the team for putting this together. I think echoing some of the things that I've said, this whole week, and then also echoing some of the things that Councilmember Flaherty said. One of the things I think in the next 10 days we want to work on just for the public document is about actually thinking about metrics around public engagement. So being really clear about what it is that we mean. So not just that we do it, but how we'll know that we've done it successfully. I think that that we also need to be speaking with ITS, for example, about our sort of internet presence, if you will, and I think also with the mayor's office about how any sort of cross-governmental public engagement entities also represent council and the clerk's office. I think that those are sort of important things for us to suss out and continue to discuss. I think that there's one goal that's clearly missing from our goals, which is how to spend less time, and let me phrase it in a better way, is that we are a more efficient body at getting things done for public benefit. We spent 3,360 minutes since January in official council sessions, not to mention all of our additional meetings and other things. And I think that right now we are tending to talk a lot about the workload on us, but the outcome that we should be seeking is to reduce the amount of time that we're spending in passing legislation. And of course, not through the angle of giving us a lower workload, because, as my fellow council members love to tell me, I signed up for this, but rather in making sure that we are providing a respectable service to the people of Bloomington, and also, furthermore, businesses, developers, whoever it is that's trying to do business in Bloomington, they should know that this council means business, that we're not going to make things complex for them, that we're not going to, over milk, the sort of processes to make sure that things are complicated or politically drawn out. I think that we need to have some type of goal like that in here as well. And of course, as I've been saying throughout these budget hearings and especially today, again, this goal of understanding how we are structured as a body and the outcomes that we get out of that structure, I think we also need to scrutinize. Bureaucratic inertia is the enemy, and we need to make sure that we're fighting against it at my time.
Thank you. Any other comments? On my other side, any other comments? All right, well, that wraps that section. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Office of the Mayor for the next presentation, and joining us is Deputy Mayor Knapp. Thank you.
I'm going to try to do it right. Hi, good evening, Gretchen Knapp, Deputy Mayor. So the Office of the Mayor sets the strategic and direction for the City of Bloomington, Big C, in collaboration with constituents and City Council, and ensures that city operations are transparent, sustainable, efficient, effective, and accountable. And I'm going to tell you, I think there's a lot more that the Office of the Mayor does. I made my slide presentation last after putting together everyone else's, so apologies. We currently have 8 full-time employees, and I want to thank the council for helping us with rearranging redesigning the organization of the department and the roles earlier this year and approving new positions to make it more efficient. The Office of the Mayor did not have an office manager, nor did the mayor have an assistant in the previous structure, which was really unmanageable. We were very grateful to all of the folks who helped us on a part-time basis while we got here. We're very excited to have the right positions and people in those positions who are awesome. Communications director, the digital brand specialist position. You may know, I don't know who knows this or not, but that was once the webmaster position in ITS, which was moved to the Office of the Mayor, so the city has no webmaster. Just a little fact. Public engagement director, which is open. We've been working on rethinking that with a DEIB lens, and I'll talk more about that if you'd like. Legislative affairs specialist, office manager, and then of course the proposed city homelessness coordinator. So we cover a lot because everyone calls us who has a need, and that can be residents, businesses, sometimes it's council members, often it's internal folks on staff. We work with HR on policy. We set vision for the cabinet on what we hope they will achieve and the kinds of levels of public service, for example, that we hope they provide. Provide direction and support to the cabinet, collaboration with them. Communications and public engagement, not just for the Office of the Mayor, but for the entire city. That's the goal of those positions from my perspective. It is not to send press releases about what the mayor is doing, but to communicate across a variety of platforms and methods with constituents and also internally with staff. We'd like to do a better job of communicating with you and remembering to CC and involve folks on all kinds of conversations. Public engagement, again, not just public engagement for things that matter to the Office of the Mayor, but ideally that role would be helping all of the public engagement efforts across the city in different departments reach a consistent level of expectations for what does it look like when we engage the public and be sure that we really engage everyone, diverse people, and help people understand what we're trying to do. In particular, the mayor has been very involved in leading our conversations with homelessness providers and talking with folks in camps and in shelters to help decide how we can best support the folks who are doing the on-the-ground work with that. Some of our current successes in 8 months, 8 months, not very long. We're very proud of the cabinet leadership that we've developed. I think I could go on and on about each and every one of them, so I'm going to stop myself there because I'm really impressed with the work that they're doing to build on the strengths that are there and to rethink, are some of these things the right way to do things? How can we be better? We've had extensive departmental and staff engagement. We spent the first 2 months in town halls with every single employee, every single department, hundreds of employees, and also sending out our feedback form and getting responses, anonymous responses from, I think it was 30% of staff with some very candid comments about what we need to work on in the city. The interlocal convention center agreement is signed. Our fire contract is out for a vote right now. We had a very successful, positive negotiation in 4 sessions. Very proud of that. Hope to reopen the contract with police and have done some really, built some good bridges there to move us towards where we want to be with public safety and, of course, with many community partners. We agreed to abide by the recommendations of the service providers in terms of if and when a camp must be cleared, what are the things that they recommend we should do in terms of giving 30 days notice, providing storage, providing support, and making sure that we are doing what the people who are most informed of what their clients need, that we're doing the right things there. And the mayor, of course, has been very active in working with the providers as they develop the housing action plan for street homelessness that we're really excited about finding ways to support. Public access and openness, really been working on helping everyone feel comfortable with coming to the mayor's office, meeting with the mayor, telling us the truth about what they need, what they want, what they see, helping get more information out there like the Crow salary study and other pieces of information that we think that the public shouldn't have to ask to see. And finally, successes, UDM staffing. It's just been in the past month or so, and Taylor just started 2 weeks ago, our new legislative affairs specialist. Many of you will be meeting him. And so being fully staffed with permanent full-time people who are awesome has just been a tremendous boon, and we feel for you in your search to fill your empty role. We know that that takes a lot of, it's just a major disruption, and it's very stressful. So thank you, Ash and Colleen, for everything you're doing there. Challenges and needs, obviously we're on a learning curve, not just as people who are new to the city and learning about that, the city as an organization, but also the discovery of things we didn't know. Some of them are great, some of them are not great. Operational gaps, for me as an operations person, that's been a big one. Finding out that when I, for example, onboarded as an employee, I hand wrote my social security number on many pieces of paper. That's not how things really work in modern organizations, and it's very time consuming too. And that's a tiny piece that probably all of you have experienced of the need to really streamline processes that are not just time consuming, but also not safe, not correct. Vision versus funding, this is one we all share. There's not enough money to do all the things we want, so we're very grateful to Controller McClellan for all of her work to find new ways of funding our problems and funding our visions. Well, it sounds like it, right? But also really engaging with professional advisors and looking at things that have been recommended to the city that we could do, and looking at our colleagues in the county, for example, who issue a GO bond every year, and thinking, what can we learn? How can we do this? How can we leverage what we have a little better? So I think that long-term financial strategy is one of the most important things, one of our most important opportunities to eliminate, frankly, tension between our administration and council, because it would give us all many more tools to do more of the things that we all want to do. We'd still have to make hard decisions, but at least we would have a roadmap for what the future looks like and be able to have conversations about that. Another opportunity is people power. When we met all the employees and did our surveys, I was just astonished at how many great people are working in the city and how incredibly committed they are and proud of working for the city and being public servants. And when we unleash the full power of those people from minutia, and they're paid properly, and we are all fully staffed, we will be able to get so much more done. So we also have, obviously, problematunities, as a friend calls them, and I don't mean to diminish these, but these are very big problems, and they are opportunities for us to be leaders in solutions. I'm really excited about making city communications more than press releases, really having robust, proactive communications and public outreach with a DEIB lens. So, in the office of the mayor, what are our goals? Our goals are to be servant leaders to not only the people, but to the employees of the city of Bloomington and to the cabinet, and to help them get everything that we ask them to get done. So ensuring execution on action plans, there are a lot of them, improving transparent engagement, and then, of course, supporting all of the other one-year goals and making sure that people have what they need to accomplish those. Even though we asked for a new position, we did eliminate a position as we reorged the department, so we'll actually be we'll save a little bit of money on personnel. We need a little bit more money in supplies. Other services, the big items, tickets there are a one-time community visioning project on city identity. This is something that was identified in the 2016 task force. We do need to rebuild our website, so we do need branding work anyway, and if we're going to do it, let's do something that all of our partners in economic development can leverage, and that we can leverage. If you think of cities, if you look at High Point, North Carolina, they have amazing city identity that goes right down to when new employees are hired, they get a cool pair of socks, to attracting businesses. The Trades District, that's an idea of a brand identity. Bottle Works in Indianapolis, there are many examples of that. And then our biennial community survey is coming up too next year. Okay, so people and funding, those are the needs for the many, many things that we all want to get done. There's not enough of either for many of these things. So that is the role as we're working on these action plans with our team. The Office of the Mayor leads the city collaboration on street homelessness. Obviously, the mayor is one person who also has a lot of other responsibilities, and so we really need a person who can help connect the dots between all of the community partners, who can help answer to the countless U-Reports calls, help us develop some new tools, and help us with research and networking across the state. This is it's a national problem, it's a state problem, it's a regional problem, it's a local problem, and we need to be working with everyone to find solutions to that. Budget impact, that's the personnel cost, and their laptop, that's what that will cost us with their benefits. You know, the outcomes of this, if we're doing this right, is that things get done on time, on budget, and on point the way we want them to, that they accomplish the real goals. And for me, that means when we are, for example, implementing our housing action plan, we don't just have a program where we say there's a way for apartments to be developed that have some affordable housing units, but that those units are actually rented to people who need them at the prices they can afford. Not just that we set up the program, but that the program can run. Implementation of the Downtown Neighborhood and Safety and Vitality Plan. I'm very excited about this as we wrestle with the long-term solutions to homelessness and short-term solutions and supports for homelessness. We also have to address some of the outcomes of the impact on our neighborhood and our downtown. These will all be ongoing. I'm going to speed up a little bit here. Transparency and engagement. If you've used our website, you know that it's easier to Google what you want than find it through the website. That should not be the case. I Google constantly. If you've used the city's intranet, it is also not helpful in terms of outdated information. And again, we don't have a webmaster or a data information architect, so these things really need a lot of attention and guidance. They don't fix themselves. I think many of us have used Onboard. It can be a lot better. And then as we think about public engagement, you know, we can comply with the processes that we've laid out, but compliance isn't the same as actually truly engaging the public, and that's the actual goal. So we need to work on all of those things. And again, this is what we do. This is the job, so there's not a budget impact because you're already paying us to be there. And we would know that all of this was working not only by having a comprehensive communications plans and public engagement plans that we can share with departments and even with council if you wanted one, saying here are some things that the person who is expert in this thinks help. But we would also see then the outcomes of executing on those plans, which would be improved public relations, reduced FOIA requests, more people wanting to join and participate in the city's boards and commissions, things like that. You can read these, I think you know what they are, but all of these things have important outcomes for us. And this would be ongoing with many folks, especially the boards and commissions piece. Finally, ensuring that we reach the goals that the cabinet set for our own work internally. What we need is a way that's effective and equitable to retain, recruit, reward excellent, diverse employees. We need efficient, user-friendly processes and tools and training on not just how to use the tool, but why. What is the point of this process that we're going through? Think of procurement. That's a great example of that. Long-term plans for meeting operational, maintenance, and capital needs. What are the projects? All of them. How much do they cost? And when we have all those things, when we have the right people doing the right work and the tools are easy and simple and efficient, what that creates is the time and creative energy to really do visionary work. And we can get there quickly. We can fix a lot of these things in a year. And if we don't fix them, we'll still be creative people, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder when you have to think about how to do mundane tasks like put in for your time and travel in 12 easy steps. We would now reduce turnover, increase productivity, improved productivity and compliance, increased creative energy and time. There are lots of ways that we will see these outcomes. I'm going to wrap it up so that you can ask me questions because I know you have them, and I welcome them.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Knapp, and thank you for all your hard work on the budget and especially this week. And please extend our well wishes to Mayor Thompson. So the new position as homeless services coordinator, we mentioned earlier this week that there was a similar position in community and family resources. Have you had time to investigate which is going to go forward, or?
So Shatoya would send me the job position for that, but I do think the role does need to live in the office of the mayor for a couple of reasons. One, the mayor is the person who's been most actively involved in that process and has all of the connections. So if we have it live in CFRD, we lose all the ground we have to date. And Shatoya could use that position for many more things. So I kind of jokingly said the other day, well, we don't care where you leave it, but we would love it if you would leave her a project manager that she could use for another purpose. CFRD has a lot of work and a small staff, but we would, does that answer your question, Isabel? I don't want to take all your time.
Yes.
Council members.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And that is the only one I had, so.
Okay.
Other questions? Councilmember, sorry.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Knapp, and also for answering several of the questions I suppose you answered that many of us sent ahead of time. I wanted to follow up on the questions of KPIs, specifically within the values that are set. I've been asking every single time that we have that anybody's presented about how are we going to monitor, et cetera. And you said that each of them are going to have their own KPIs.
For sure.
Where are we in the process of establishing those KPIs?
Well, I think some things already have KPIs baked into them. So if you're looking at let's use the HR plan as an example. If we are implementing CROW and the point of this is to improve retention and recruitment, there's a lot of data for HR in terms of turnover, time to hire. Yep. You can do surveys of employees. We could certainly do we plan on talking with employees every year and redoing the feedback form, so we'll be able to see by 2026 how they're feeling about the impact of the CROW, but in qualitative ways, but in quantitative ways, we'll be able to tell from reduced turnover. So they're unique to whatever the plan is. So there aren't going to the housing KPI. The KPIs for a housing plan would be very different than they would for another one.
Yeah, fantastic. And when you reflect on this question of more transparency, more engagement. I'm very grateful that the mayor's office and the mayor particularly has spent so much time, I think, doing public engagement as she campaigned to do, and is, I think, doing it very effectively. What do you envision, like from an operations standpoint, this next year looking like? Like, how are we ramping up those efforts? How are we creating feedback loops for them?
So I think that there are, we track, of course, the calls and messages that come into the mayor's office. What have people asked about? What was the response? Things like that. But I think where we will really see big improvements is when we don't have as many requests for information and confusion that come in the first place, because people can find the information they need faster. We will also see, more people coming to meetings like this. Maybe they want to know what's happening. If we can find ways to make this process be more engaging for the public, we'll see more people coming to neighborhood meetings about projects, infrastructure projects that are happening in their neighborhood, and not just the same people, but new people. And people from other neighborhoods that are impacted by that, not just the people who live next door, coming to say, this is why this bike path through your neighborhood benefits me in my neighborhood 3 blocks away.
Awesome. Thank you.
Flaherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Knapp. One of the things I've spoken about the last few nights is the action plans for community priorities, which are in the woven throughout the budget book, but including in the goals of the Office of the Mayor and clearly where they're kind of coming from. And generally, I'm very supportive of your goals. I'm very supportive of some of the process reforms and things you're working on. But as I've shared, I have concerns from a process perspective of developing those priorities if they're just mayoral priorities. They might be council priorities at like a high level or a generic level, but as we all know, when we get into the details of whether to provide bathrooms in a park or whether to, whether to change a zoning code to allow a triplex, whatever it is. Like,
sure.
There are strong feelings from a lot of folks. And so my concern is that we might end up working at cross purposes on legislation that contradicts your plans, that you won't have buy-in from the council for funding if these aren't done collaboratively. And I cited last night the Safe Streets for All action plan.
Sure.
Which has a resolution. Questions will be incorporated, into formal policy documents as maybe a model.
That's
what are your
right.
thoughts about all that? Like, how can we adjust, or are you interested in adjusting?
Oh, of course, always interested
Yeah.
in adjusting. And to be clear, some of these action plans already exist. So when we talk about executing on action plans, we're not saying we're going to make all new action plans for every single area. What I want to make sure is that when we have studies, housing studies, Crow salary studies, whatever study it is, if we're going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for these, you might get to the end of it and read it and think, okay, I don't want, we don't think this is, after we study it, it's like, oh, that's a bad idea. But if it's a good idea, we should be acting on them. And that's really what we want to make sure, is that the action plans that have already been developed, that we act on those. And I think funding for Safe Streets for All, we did that so that we could get federal funding. That's one of the big advantages of that program. There are also stages of, you do a study for corridor, and then you find out, you do 30% design so you can see what's the public response to this. Sorry, I'm taking all your time. I'll stop.
Oh, you're okay. Please go on.
And then once you know what the actual design is going to be, which is the 30%, that you're doing that so people can visualize it and really decide what to do, then you know what it costs. Then you can look at all of your other projects and say, here's what we want to do. So I feel your disappointment, like, where is the cash in the budget to do that? But these are all capital projects, and they have stages. So it's not that we don't want to do them, it's that we got to figure out how to pay for them, and we want to do it. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to sit on the shelf. We want to do it.
Agreed. Our new action plans, are there 5? There were 5 listed in yours, but I identified a 6th in the budget book for facilities that doesn't appear in your goals. Is that not one?
Well, that's really, I think, a plan for public works. Where does public works go? How do we solve the problem of people eating their lunch and, fleet working on?
So 5 new plans that your office is working on, though, is that right? The ones listed in
I
your goals?
I haven't counted. I know there's housing, there's facilities, long-term
Homelessness,
financial
economic
plan.
development, infrastructure, housing. We said housing. Public safety. Sorry.
Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to share a little information because I'm reflecting on past budgets. In 2016, the Office of the Mayor spent about $440,000, and this year we're proposing $1.241 million. So it's almost tripled. Now, in fairness, this council budget has gone up not quite as much. It's gone up from about 600,000 to about 1.6 million. But the council budget includes things like Sidewalk Fund and Jack Hopkins and things like that. So, they're obviously funds that are important that you can see results from. So I'm just looking at the budget in terms of its growth relative to its output over time. Are we performing as an organization over time? Have we, there's been inflation, but have we tripled our output in terms of performance? Don't know. It's a question. So just beginning with that, I wanted to ask about, we have 110,000, I think, in your office for visioning. Now, there's a vision statement in the comprehensive plan. Has the vision changed? And are we proposing that there's a different vision to arrive at?
So what we're really talking about is, so if you think about rebuilding the city's website, for example, which we need to do for all kinds of reasons, but when a business is looking, let's say they're working with the BEDC and they're thinking about, do I relocate to Bloomington, or someone is sending their kid to IU or planning a trip through Visit Bloomington, they want to know, what is the place that I'm coming to? What is the city? Are they going to support my child being safe? Is my business going to thrive here? What are those conditions? And so the city covers a broad area, and we are a partner to all of these other economic development agencies and community agencies. And so when we talk about visioning, if I say branding, you're going to be like, ooh, gross, marketing. But actually, it's really important. It's very important to creating a sense of place. We can create it physically.
But do we have that sense of place already? We just, we have a comprehensive
Do you think
plan
it's
with a
on our
vision
website?
statement in it.
Do you
What's
know
that?
what? Do you see it on our website? Do you know what images and exact messages? A vision so a communications
put it
person's
on.
here. Like a sentence that says this is our identity is not a branding package. It's not something you can send out and implement across a whole website. It's one sentence. So we'd have to unpack it into a lot of stuff. And when it's done right, it's authentic and it's sincere to us, and it goes down into it embeds in every part. So, we don't have a graphic designer on staff. We don't have a webmaster. If I had called that web design, would it feel more palatable? It would still involve the same process of branding.
So it's an important investment in terms of public relations, essentially.
Yes,
That's what you're
and in particular, doing it with the public, that's what we like about this, is doing it with the public, envisioning processes, so it's not just comms people.
Sorry, my time's up, but I had another question. I'll wait.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
That's very kind of you. Okay, so the city homelessness coordinator, clearly there's a problem. What is the goal? What is the coordinator going to accomplish?
The coordinator is going to give us more bandwidth to solve the most important problem that our city faces.
I don't know what bandwidth means. Could you unpack that? What are
Bandwidth
we going to see after a year of the coordinator working?
I'm sorry, say what?
What are we going to see after a year of the coordinator performing in the office?
Well, ideally, you would see reduced homelessness because we would have more contact with our service providers, more ability to do research and find solutions, more ability to hunt up funding, more collaboration with partners in the region and across the state to say, hey, what's your city doing? How are you handling this? Faster response to some things, better collaboration with the county. One person who is also the mayor is not enough to do all those things.
I'm not necessarily I'm not
Of
totally
course.
skeptical to this position because the former position, who was innovative director, and nothing personal, but I found the position sort of lacking. In other words, the innovation director seemed to be just kind of pulling in innovation ideas that were occurring elsewhere, that other people were doing in the city, and basically saying, here, this is what we're doing innovatively. So it just seemed to me to be a position that was a disappointment. So I have great expectations that we're going to make some inroads in the problem of this, but it would be great if, as Councilmember Sari says, if we could actually plot what is the goal that we're going to achieve at the end of a year for that position, and have we met the goal then? Have we benchmarked it now, find out how many people are street homeless, how many are drug addicted, how many have various needs, and then say at the end of the year, this has been an improvement. Does that sound like a worthy
I will say one coordinator position in the mayor's office, saying that person is going to be solely, if homelessness doesn't go down, will they fail? That doesn't necessarily compute because the work is done by so many agencies. It's just giving us, if you think of all of the communications and work that needs to be done, there's a lot of it. So Sean Mia, who's in charge of climate action, has interns, has a person supporting her. We don't have the equivalent for homelessness, and I think we would all agree it's just as important. It's a big problem for our community, and right now it does not have a single full-time person working on it.
I agree. I just want to, with Sean Mia, I'm very impressed because she has accomplished so much and she can actually
I
point
think
to
of
it and
cool
say,
corridors all
"Here's the
day
list."
today when I'm outside.
Yeah. So that's what I would like is the goal, goals described and achieved. Thank you.
Fair.
You guys could go on all evening, I suspect. Thank you. Councilmember Stossberg?
I have a lot of questions. I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to get to them. So
I'll be short.
first, I want to go to that homeless coordinator position. It says the budget impact is $93,447. Do you know what the actual salary and grade of that is? And is that salary and grade according to the new grading or the old grading?
It's according to the new grading, I believe, and we guessed because we don't have the job description yet. So I believe that the salary, we are guessing that it will be somewhere around grade level 6. But the way we do things now with the Crow study is We write the job description, we think about the complexity, and then we put it through the rubric that ranks the complexity of it. And that is what tells us what grade it is. We
Right,
start
but
off
so
with
you're
an
then
idea, but
approximating the budget impact then? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes.
I have more things. So you're approximating the budget
Yes.
impact with that?
It would not be higher.
Secondly, I'm a little bit loath to have two positions that are kind of officially marked as homelessness, and if we want to keep that second position in Child and Family Services, I would like to see it, or that's not the right title for that department that Shatoya has, but to see in the final budget proposal, an actual proposal for what that position would turn into there, if we are
that would
going to
not be a
keep it.
problem because she had
Okay.
requested positions we weren't able to
Yeah,
fill.
that's fine. And I also want to make sure to note that Heading Home is highly supported by the city, and they are working full-time on unhoused issues. And so to say that we don't have anybody in the city who's working full-time on that, I think is slightly misleading. Because
City,
the
capital C.
The Heading Home organization is highly supported by public funds. So I just wanted to point that out. And then I want to move on to the website, because if we don't have a webmaster, I'm interested in understanding how the website gets updated now. I want to point out that branding and web design are two very different roles, and graphic designers are very different roles than web designers. And this is an IT issue too, because I see there is not enough money budgeted, in my opinion, as the spouse of a professional website developer to actually have a decent website. So,
I've built dozens of websites myself personally, so I do have a sense, and I've also guided teams building, very complex websites for corporate organizations. So I do have a sense of the work. The city site is built on Drupal. We can edit the pages individually. We can make a lot of improvements just with navigation. We did have this conversation with ITS about how much money would it take to do this. So the branding piece of it is important. That's the hardest part to do in-house. But in terms of writing content, determining a good architecture for the site, directing flow, using images, all of that we can do in-house for sure.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll ask my question then to wrap up. Where was my question? So, do we have any long-term financial strategies? And this might not be, you might not be the right person to question, but to ensure sustainable funding for essential services and infrastructure projects that like City Council has prioritized and didn't make it all the way this year, the things that we were looking at. Do we have a long-term plan to ultimately work on those later?
So if you're asking, so I thought you had two questions. Does the plan exist? And to my knowledge, the plan does not exist for funding those. And yes, we are working on it already.
Okay, yeah, that was
Is
the
right?
question. Is there a long-term plan to get around to it so that we can?
We've already engaged the company that's helping us with that, which is how we got to the GO bond for this year. And then they'll help us create the long-term plan.
Okay, thinking ahead. All right, thank you very much. With that question section being done, we will open it up to the public. Attorney Kulak, if you can put out the word on Zoom.
Yes, for members of the public wishing to make a comment, you can do so by raising your hand using the Reactions tab or the More tab. And if you need assistance or if you'd like to make a comment in chat, you can send a chat to the meeting host. We do have one hand raised
Fantastic.
by Carrie Guest. I'm unsure if that's the mayor or not.
All right, please state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
This is actually Carrie Guest, the mayor. And I just wanted to comment briefly. First of all, my apologies for not being with you. I have been ill this week. I just did want to comment on this homelessness coordinator position. It is quite different than what Heading Home is doing, because importantly, this position will coordinate all of our internal services as well as serve as our external link. We have nearly every department in the city doing something related to homelessness right now. And my expectation of this position is actually that they are going to have a budget impact of bringing budget dollars down once we can coordinate and effectively communicate between departments on who's doing what and really implementing effective plans in tandem with the service providers. We are working on monetizing everything that each department is spending right now on homelessness. It's incredibly hard to do because a lot of that funding is, it's hours of working on getting you a number for that. But I do anticipate that having somebody good who's coordinating inside the city as a project manager and then effectively communicating out is going to really, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Anybody here in chambers to make public comment on this section of the budget? No? Anybody else online? No?
Not that I see, no.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Thompson, for popping in, and I hope you feel better soon. Nobody else for public comments, so we will take it back here to council for comment. Anybody want to take their 3 minutes for comment for this section? Councilmember Rallo.
May I ask a question? One further question? Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, may I ask? So chambers are going to be, I don't know what to call it, reupholstered or renovated, new chairs and so forth. Are we going to get security for this? In other words, some type of security that protects the council or whomever is at this body, the BZA or Plan Commission or whomever sits in this room?
We had some long conversations earlier this year and did some building walkthroughs with Director of Public Works, with Chief of Police, some others to see not just your situation, but what is the situation of the entire building? Because as you may know, we prop doors open all the time. So there's a leak in our bucket. And we did talk about some, creative ideas about how we could make it, how we could increase security at the building level so that the $100,000 minimum estimate from several years ago for rebuilding this glass wall here would serve, would not be necessary because we'd be protected another way. I don't think we have a good answer on that. And I think that because if we spend $100,000 here, are we also protecting everyone else in the building in a similar way who are also vulnerable? So it's big money, and I think we need some conversations about it.
Well, and that conversation's been going on for many years prior to your tenure, and we do have usually an officer, not tonight, but who's here. I don't mean to be flippant, but I would be very happy with some Kevlar that would be placed at the dais, just to because we do get threats occasionally, rarely, not so much now, but we have in the past, and maybe they cycle. But in any case, it's something that's a perpetual ask for the last, Steve Olin's in the audience, probably 10 years or more. He knows more than I do. Just in terms of that position, I'm favorable to that position. I think it's a better position, that is the homeless coordinator, than an innovation director. I think we're going to get far better results from that. But clearly it is costing the community a lot of money. It's also, there's a tremendous amount of suffering involved of the people affected. And so we need to make inroads and make sure that year by year we can say the situation's getting better, not worse.
Agreed.
So, and I think we're in agreement. So I appreciate you answering some tough questions. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I'll just follow up on Councilmember Rallo's. Ideas are difficult, or pilots. New Albany, Indiana. I'm from there. Since I was a little babe, they've had metal detectors for anyone wanting to get into City Hall. Obviously, you can't keep guns out of a City Hall, but what they do there, I know I've talked about it at council before, They tell you they'll store it for you in a locker, or if you want to walk around with it, they will send an officer with you in the building. And most people choose to lock it up. So I would say that's one idea that we could try at some point. I would also say security is also near and dear to my heart. I think it was 2019, the Council of Neighborhood Associations put out a postcard to about 10,000 households with my house on it. So it's just like, it can be different, you know, and it just can be very scary to like be in this space. Thanks.
Any other comments? Councilmember, sorry. And then.
Again, thanking the Office of the Mayor for the presentation, and I think also for shepherding so far what's been a delightful, albeit exhausting, budget process. I just wanted to make a follow-on comment on the topic of thinking about outcomes associated with positions, because I know that I've made that statement throughout, and I think just responding to what Deputy Mayor Knapp said, it's not really about identifying and saying, okay, well, this has been a failure or not. It's about creating the metrics so that we can properly compare how we're investing, because I think that it's very easy, especially when, again, my soapbox is that this sort of bureaucratic inertia is part of the reason why we need to change the ways that we budget. But it's really hard once we invest as a city to change course, right? And so, I think being clear-eyed upfront about the things that we think we're doing by doing a thing helps us to say, okay, was this the way we wanted to spend money versus some other, unlimited amounts of things? I tend to think, and I very much appreciate both what Director Pitchak has said and Deputy Mayor Knapp on multiple occasions, and I think hopefully we write this into the final budget packet. I think that reasoning that I think was very eloquently said about why we invest in people as sort of as a value in the city, and I think important to say very clearly, but I don't think that liberates us from the need to tie new positions to outcomes, right? So that we can hold ourselves accountable, and of course we as a council must do that the most. But seriously, it is something that I think is really important, just because if you look past 2020 to this year, we've increased money that we spend on people by $20 million, right, or plus. And just as a sort of sticker value in our budget, for the citizens of Bloomington, that's okay, that's an interesting story, okay. And I think that we need to be showing that, obviously, as I've said throughout this week, the incredible people who work for the city, we're so grateful for their dedication, especially seeing that so many of them are underpaid and overworked, and we want to make sure that we're rectifying that. I share that goal, but again, I think there is this sort of upper limit to how many people need to be working in the city. So, anyways, that's all I will say in this time. But again, thank you so much to the mayor's office for the presentation.
Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I also want to start out by thanking Deputy Mayor Knapp for her attention to the budget, all of the time that she has spent helping navigate preparing it and liaising with department heads. And I know that she did a tremendous amount of work for this, so thank you for that, and thank you for hanging in for all of the budget meetings this week. I appreciate that too. I also want to thank Mayor Thompson for chiming in during public comment to share more about her vision for this particular homeless community coordinator position, because I think that was really valuable in terms of what that vision is, and I support that. I don't want anybody to misunderstand my question and my pointing out that Heading Home is working on this, and I think that it is valuable to have one point person at the city, honestly, even just for Heading Home to be able to liaise with in terms of all of the people that Heading Home as an organization needs to liaise with district-wide, because they work on homelessness not just in Bloomington, but in the wider region. So that I think that's all that my brain has in me right now. But thank you for that. Oh, I know. Well, the other thing that I was going to say, it goes back to this goal-setting idea and this idea of what our job descriptions are, and also some kind of evaluation for how those job descriptions are being fulfilled, either in terms of evaluating individual employees or just evaluating like whether or not the job description is needed, is working the way it's supposed to work, like all of those things. And in my work on the hiring committee, I feel like that's been something that's been identified as a gap in council office. Like there's nothing about evaluating employees, and my understanding is maybe there's not much precedence for that in the city as a whole, and that's something that I was going to bring up during HR's presentation to learn more about that. So there's the heads up on something I'm going to ask you about later. But I think that directly impacts what Councilmember Asari is talking about in terms of goals and outcome-based budgeting, and really making sure that the people that we are investing in so heavily are working towards the outcomes that we've also invested in. So thank you.
Any other comments? To my left? Nope. To my right, any comments? All right, that wraps up that section. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Knapp. Up next, Information and Technology Services with Director Dietz presenting. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to be here with you. I'll wait for the presentation to come up. All right. Let's see. Here we go. All right. I'm Rick Dietz, the Director of the City's Information and Technology Services Department, referred to as ITS, and I appreciate the opportunity to present our 2025 budget to you. In ITS, our mission is to provide the IT services, tools, trainings, and resources necessary to maintain mission-critical city systems, empower city staff to excel in their work, to improve digital equity in our community, and electronically engage our residents in their own governance. Our work in ITS is as much about people as it is about technology, and we have a great team of creative technologists with 21 full-time individuals as well as one permanent part-time position, and periodically interns of various sorts. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and commend the ITS team for their continuing hard work and excellence supporting our public and staff customers. ITS provides a broad range of services across 6 activity areas, but I'll focus on a couple of the ones that intersect with our work, and that is our business applications area, GIS, administration, IT infrastructure, and technology support and training. But there are other areas that cut across those domains where we're working, and that is in broadband and digital equity, in accessibility, cybersecurity, and IT procurement. In the next few slides, I'll share the status of some of our 2024 activities currently underway. We are working intently on the Meridian Hoosier Fiber Network's Gigabit Now fiber project that is, in terms of its coverage of our community, now at 40%. We've got about 1 million conduit feet in the ground, and over 2,500 active customers, and the project's on track to be completed in 2025. Our digital equity grants program continues in 2024 with 14 applicants, and we'll be making those awards within the next month. We have had strong uptake on our cybersecurity trainings, meeting a number of our objectives there, and we've been working very intently this year with new leadership in HR, Office of the Controllers, and other departments to get them up to speed and to deploy new systems and improve internal processes. Also, This year, we've launched a new GIS maps, GeoHub for geospatial information. We've completed a multi-year upgrade of our wired network infrastructure, and we have been exceeding our uptime goals on our on critical systems. Some of our needs. We, as has been mentioned by a number of others, staff retention, particularly in the IT sector, continues to be a challenge for us. We currently have 2 vacancies that we are seeking to fill. We continually face cybersecurity threats, which we are working hard every day to foil, both through technological means, infrastructure security, as well as training for our staff members who are really the front line in this conflict with external actors seeking to gain access to our critical systems. We're working to meet American with Disabilities Act new requirements for websites and apps. Among the challenges always is sustaining our operations, which requires the capital replacement of aging and out-of-date equipment. Opportunities that we're excited about, as was mentioned earlier by Deputy Mayor Knapp, the mayor's transparency initiative touches on website, data, public information processes, and more. We're excited to be a part of that. We're excited about the completion of the Meridian project, which again is scheduled to be substantially complete in 2025. We're excited about making additional progress on digital equity, aided by the pursuit of regional, state, and federal grant opportunities this year. And we're excited about shifting some of our core infrastructure equipment over to the IU Bloomington data center. That's been a long-term project that we're excited to begin essentially moving equipment over next week. So there's a lot more that we've been up to in 2024, but those are some of our highlights. Next, I'd like to share a few of our major goals in our 2025 budget and expand on them a little bit later in the presentation. And those are improve transparency, public information access and accessibility, expand open access, fiber broadband, and improve digital equity, responsibly invest in infrastructure and cybersecurity. These priorities dovetail with a number of citywide goals and a number of our internal ITS operational plans. Here's a snapshot of our overall budget. You can see it broken down in categories with the total ITS budget coming in at $5,630,000 roughly. Divided across the various categories in personnel, we do not really have a significant addition outside of the proposed cost of living adjustment. On supplies, we have a decrease, which is occurring because some of the ARPA funds that were placed there are not recurring in 2025. In other services, we have a nearly 30% increase due to a number of happenings in that across those budget lines, and that's one-time consulting investments for digital accessibility, the city's website, possible data systems around street homelessness, a digital twin pilot that our GIS team and as well as engineering and planning are excited about. There's a number of new systems that are coming into to our budget in 2025, and I would say inflation related increases in a number of other systems that we expect on a yearly basis. In capital outlays, we have an increase of $37,000 for the ITS capital plan with copier replacement, a number of other important investments, and the replacement cycle for our desktop computers and laptops. Do a deeper dive into some of our goals. In the interest of time, I'll step through them fairly quickly. We have a number of activities around transparency and accessibility, including updating the city's website, meeting the ADA accessibility goals I mentioned earlier, and improving FOIA requests. The budget impact of that is around $80,000, largely coming from consulting and some of the systems, accessibility systems in the FOIA management tool that we've invested in. Our outputs and outcomes there, we expect improved navigation, accessible sites, and a streamlined process to result in improved user experience, higher ratings for engagement with our website, and increased efficiency for residents and staff using our information resources. These activities are ongoing right now and will span across 2025 and beyond. There's a number of partners that are part of this, including the public, in terms of the survey about the website and user testing of alpha and beta websites. On the fiber and digital equity front, we are working to monitor the Meridian fiber build-out as well as coordinate the city's digital equity activities. There's no significant budget impact to this, although we did incrementally increase our annual digital equity grants funding in 2025 from $50,000 to $55,000. Things we expect to come out of this initiative are to continue to lead our digital equity efforts, to keep to see quite soon the Meridian fiber build-out reach the Bloomington Housing Authority apartments in Crestmont, which we're very excited about, and we want to keep utility strikes below. That goal is one strike per 4 fiber miles. It's currently at 5, which is better than that. The timeline for these activities stretches throughout 2025. And the partners are numerous in this effort, including various city departments. The Housing Authority is mentioned, our local digital equity coalition, and local not-for-profits. It will also involve the public when we do our new community survey for the revised digital equity strategic plan that we're working on. The last area that I want to touch on is infrastructure and cybersecurity. Our main goals there are to continuously improve our cybersecurity posture against continually improving attacks. And this is an area of constant investment and concern for us. And we also have a number of IT infrastructure investments that we are planning to make. Some of them touch on cybersecurity. Others are more to make sure that our infrastructure is resilient, and reliable, and continues to serve our staff and the public well. The budget impacts here are pretty minimal in supplies. In other services, we have a number of investments in systems largely focused on continuing to improve our ability to ward off cyber attacks. And then we have investments from our ITS capital plan. including equipment at the data center, improved storage, and network cabling. The outputs and outcomes that we expect from this, the city data center, or the IU data center presence, and investments in cybersecurity are to improve our protection and ensure that we have the infrastructure that we need to operate effectively going forward. These activities will take place throughout the year of 2025 and include a number of important partners, especially in the cybersecurity area. Lastly, we'll touch on our broad budget here, displayed across a number of different funds. Again, the total for this year's budget proposal is $5,600,000 or $629,449. And I'll bring this presentation to a conclusion by thanking you for the opportunity to present this, for the department, and for me to be able to do this important work supporting all city departments. I thank you for your consideration of this budget and look forward to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Asari.
Director Dietz, thank you so much for the presentation, and I'll say many kind things during my comments, but to get directly to questions, considering the centrality of transparency, open government, engagement, I don't know. I guess I was surprised to not see like a position for open data or data analytics or anything like that in your budget. Do you, like, how is ITS supporting those efforts, and do you feel like you're sufficiently able to meet what will undoubtedly be an increased demand in that space?
I will agree with your general assessment that there is increasing demand for that. We recognize that. Currently, my staff works to fill that need as best we can with fractional time from a number of individuals in our department that touch on data and analytics and visualization. We are interested, I'd say, in the medium term in such a position, but as you know from all of the discussions that have come before, the administration's proposed a number of positions. I don't think that speaks ill of any other needs out there. It's just we have to prioritize on an enterprise-wide basis.
That's right, and I mean, and I wasn't necessarily inferring that it needed to be there. Or that I'm just, I think about, and maybe I'll bear this out a little bit more in the comments, but I think we do an incredible job at, we're one of the top cities, nationally in terms of the baseline infrastructure and the services that we're providing. But as we're thinking about other, innovations and processes, like I'd really like to see, how ITS becomes central to that rather than responsive to that. I think we should have a sort of ITS forward way of thinking about a lot of these plans, and so I would be interested in your reaction to that in the little time that we have left.
Yes. We want to be in that position. We again have a number of very capable individuals that touch and have skills around data, but it's true we do not have a data person in the department, and that's something that we will be considering for future budgets.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith, and then Stossberg.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions that came up while I was reading the budget book. So you, of course, want to meet the requirements of the Americans with Disability Act as far as city websites and apps. How are we doing at this point? I mean, do you have a baseline measurement? Are we, 30% there, 50% there? What?
I think it differs on different criteria that we look at. One of the things that there's really two levels for this. One is the infrastructure that the systems that we control, which would include our website and various applications. We're working on that now in terms of updating the underlying systems to have a more standardized and accessible look and feel. The other dimension of this is all of the applications that the city uses by commercial providers. So not only do our systems need to meet those requirements, but the vendors for like our financial management system, for the parking apps, things like that. If we're telling citizens to do business on them, they have to meet those guidelines. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing. It's something that many of us in government have wanted to happen, because the city of Bloomington doesn't have the leverage with a national corporation that's providing these tools the way the federal government does. So we are excited about this as an opportunity, and we've got through 2026 to complete our transition.
Okay, and when you talk about connected plans, you said city 1 year and 3 year plans, and then the digital accessibility strategic plan. What are these city 1 year and 3 year plans? What is that?
Those are the plans and outlines that the mayor's office and the cabinet have developed, outlining priorities, which I think you've seen in earlier budget presentations.
I think we've seen the 1 year plans. I don't think we've seen any 3 year plans.
Okay.
Maybe we can at some point.
Yeah.
I only have 18 seconds left, so I'll just do the rest in writing. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Councilmember Stossberg, and then Councilmember Rollo.
Hi, thank you. I want to talk about the website more. So our current website, do you know how long it's been since that was developed?
It's approximately 7 or 8 years. It's from the previous, about a year into the previous administration.
Okay.
A year and a half to 2 years, yes.
Was that developed in-house, or did you hire that out?
It was developed in-house with assistance from fellows from informatics, as well as consultation with IU accessibility.
Okay. I just want to highlight again, it costs a lot to build good websites, and it has a very specific skill set that is not necessarily the same skill set as other pieces of what is needed in a department like ITS for the city that needs to provide support for hundreds and hundreds of employees and security, and those are just very different categories of things. Kind of changing subject a little bit, what is roughly, you would say, your turnover rate in the IT department in terms of how frequently you have people coming and then going, and how long your staff usually stay?
I can tell you anecdotally, and then I can provide you with actual data later. During the pandemic period, broadly construed, we lost about half of our staff. There has been somewhat of a hiatus of relative stability, but it's usually maybe like 1 or 2 a year. We now have like two vacancies now, so we're kind of on par with the turnover. So I'd say it's probably around 10 to 15 or 20% a year, annualized across several years. But it's a bigger problem when a lot of them happen during a year.
Yeah. So do you have any idea very quickly why there? I mean, that just feels like a relative lot of turnover. Do you know why? Or do you have anything you want to say about why?
I just think there's a number of factors. Some of them are opportunities elsewhere. A number of them are related to higher salary opportunities. Some from peer organizations. IU as a whole has better IT compensation than us, but I know that the city is making some pretty significant efforts to try to address some of those disparities.
Yeah, thank you. I'll address anything else I have to say in my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo?
Thank you, Director Dietz. I had a question about the Meridian Hoosier Fiber Networks Gigabit Now. It's going to be completed in 2025, and was our goal 85% of the community coverage, or was it more than that?
It was at least that, but probably closer to 95. Certainly within Bloomington, the current boundary of Bloomington, the overall project boundary goes outside of Bloomington, but we expect a pretty high rate of coverage.
And how many customers? What is the goal in terms of number of customers? You got 2,500 now.
I can't speak to their overall goal. I think they would like as many customers as possible as private businesses go. Our goal is that there's a sustainable network, a sustainable business to support it, that it is open access, which is required under our agreement, meaning in really just a handful of years, any ISP can use that network. If you wanted to start an ISP business, you could, and utilize that that infrastructure. So it has there's a power to this network that isn't present if it were simply a vertically integrated ISP that came in, they built the infrastructure, they own it. This is shared broadly, and Meridian's a B Corp with, and has been a really good partner with us in digital equity. Their plan is quite generous that we negotiated with them.
I know there were some problems with infrastructure damage in the city. Have they fully recouped for that? For those for it causing any damages from laying cable from?
Yeah, any individual property owner that's had their infrastructure damaged by this should recover. It needs to be restored, and they should recover their expenses.
Okay, but just to proceed on that question, recovered from whom? In other words, are we liable at all? Or
no,
is it
this is a private telecom provider when they do work, just like AT&T, Comcast, et cetera. If infrastructure is damaged, they're responsible for restoring it.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up to the public for comments. Attorney Kulak, can you please put out the call over Zoom?
Yes, if you would like to make a comment over Zoom, you can do so by raising your hand using the Reactions tab or the More tab. Or if you need more help, you can send a chat to the meeting host.
Thank you. Anybody in council chambers would like to make a comment? Now is your golden opportunity. I don't see anybody here in chambers. Anybody online?
No immediate takers.
All right. All right. Well, if nobody's going to make comment, we will take it back to council. Yes, council member, sorry.
Director Dietz, I just wanted to take the opportunity, both publicly to laud the incredible work that you do. I think that I think we should be as a city. I'm sure that the mayor and the office of the mayor and all my council members would share this opinion, that we're so proud of having such a awesome ITS department. And so thank you for that leadership. I've been thinking a lot, particularly around things that have even happened in the county recently around, maybe not worth getting so much into details, but the fact that we've invested and continue to invest in this capacity, I think is really important. Now, one thing that I really hope, and I'm seeding this for 2025 and beyond, more so than the sort of immediate now, but as I was saying as I was implying in my questions, I really think that as we're thinking about improving processes, as we're thinking about ways that we can save money as a city, as we're thinking about modernizing, as we're thinking about better engagement, I'd love for us to, in this next budget year, be thinking about how is, like, I almost feel like you build ITS in the middle of all of that. And I really look forward to working with you in the Office of the Mayor of figuring out what that looks like as we go to a outcome-based budget more fully. I think that that will. I'm grateful for the fact, though, that we have the baseline that we can really build from. And so, again, thank you for the work that you do. I mean, I think most of the time, the fact that we are unaware of the work that you do shows how successful it is, right? And that's exactly sort of what we want. You want a very boring ITS department, but I really look forward to thinking about ways that we can, become the most innovative city in the United States. And I think we have the capacity to do that. So thank you again for all you do. Oh, one other thing I'll say that I think is so important is, and this sort of just reflecting on personal experience, I am grateful. I think you are the model of how to ask for help from the places around in the community. And I'm very grateful for the fact that you've leveraged expertise that exists in this community, that exists at IU. I think the moving to the data center, for example, is a great example of how we can leverage the strengths that exist in this community. And I think it's something that that other departments can model, that we don't want to be siloed as a city government, but let's use what's here to do incredible things, and so as we also are thinking about the outcomes associated with the many consultations and the other things that we budget for, I think one question we should be asking is, how do we better leverage what's already here in Bloomington? And that is my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I think a good website is really, really important. I think a good website that is user-friendly, that is visually attractive, that is super easy for people to navigate is really, really important. And I just want to express my concern again about developing that kind of thing in-house. And I really want to it costs a lot to develop a good website. And it is a different set of expertise than our ITS department needs to be in terms of expertise, in terms of security, in terms of supporting our employees, in terms of keeping all of our tech systems running. And those are very different skill sets. And if we have people in our ITS department that have those skill sets of web development, then they are working, I was just looking at the open data portal, at a quarter of the price literally they could be getting 4 times as much money if they were just doing web development. Yeah. And so if we really have those people that have those skills, they're not going to be here long, because those skills are of much higher value than we're able to pay them. And as I said, different skill sets, it's different training, it's different experience, it's different all of those things. So I'm really concerned about our ability to develop a really good website in-house for the salaries that we're currently paying people. And I just want to get that out there. I'm sure that the Crow study is going to have a lot of changes in the ITS department, simply because ITS professionals do get paid a lot. It kind of depends on those job descriptions and what exactly they do and exactly those skill sets. But I just want to put that out there. And that is not to disparage your staff in any way. I've gotten wonderful service in the different ways that, onboarding, security, making sure all those things worked, asking wonderful service, both in terms of attentiveness and also in terms of knowledge base and what it is that I needed to learn and they needed to communicate to me. Wonderful. But that doesn't mean that those same people have the skill set of web development. And so I just want to be really deliberate moving forward, because what we want a great new website, and we need to make sure that the necessary skills go into building that website, and that might mean that we have to pay more for it. So just putting that out there. Thank you very much for everything that you and your department do.
Comments on my right? No. Any comments on my left? And I think that will close us out for the IT department. Thank you very much, Director Dietz. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Council.
All right, now we have the Human Resources Department with Director Paycheck coming on up. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Shar Paycheck. I am the Director of Human Resources, and tonight I join you with much enthusiasm to present the 2025 HR Budget Proposal and Strategy. The proposed budget and strategy is, let me first say, aligned with the goal of solidifying the City of Bloomington as an employer of choice, which I'll simply define as new employees want to join us and current employees want to stay. The proposed budget and strategy supports the mayor's priority to overhaul HR with a focus on recruitment, retention, and development. The proposed budget and strategy also is responsive to priorities expressed by you, the council, the department heads, and the employees to enhance HR practices. The Human Resources Department supports the mayor's strategic vision by managing talent acquisition, compensation and benefits, operations and employee relations, which includes payroll and also training and development. The HR department has 10 staff total, so I'll note that the staff has pretty much doubled in the past 2 years. We are organized by 4 functional areas, so I mentioned those before: talent management, operations, employee relations, comp and benefits, and I lead up strategy. I am proud, I want to say, of the HR department. It's been my pleasure to serve with them. The HR team is dedicated to meeting employee needs and exceeding their expectations. Within my first year, I quickly learned just how robust and complex the HR policies and procedures are for the City of Bloomington. The HR team celebrates their successes with humility, and they approach their challenges with grace. So far in 2024, the HR team has launched the NeoGov recruitment system, advanced the 2023 salary study, established working groups to ensure policies and procedures are clear and also equitable. Some additional successes include establishing the HR Partnerships Initiative. With this opportunity, we actually bring HR partners across the city together so that we can, in a collaborative nature, help foster relationships and leverage resources for human resources operations. We also have launched the Everside Clinic, which address employees' needs for nearby and also available healthcare providers. We piloted supervisor training. So far, HR has trained approximately 60 supervisors on coaching employees for success, with plans to offer more topics throughout 2024 and into 2025. We do experience challenges. We are challenged with competing to attract and retain talent, to complete implementation of the 2023 salary study, but I am confident in saying that we do plan to complete all of those remaining tasks within the next few months. We are challenged with technology and data. It's not that we don't have the systems available, but we could do a lot better with being able to tap into those systems to source data so that we can use it to make informed decisions. And we have scheduled training in order to address those skill gaps. And so we're looking forward to optimizing the technology. Our opportunities include improving the employee experience, beginning with onboarding, providing services to help all departments become fully staffed, which we've heard from all the department heads is a priority this week. We also could offer more competitive salaries and benefits, and we can better train and develop our employees. For 2025, we have 3 primary goals. The first one is to enhance talent management, so improve HR practices to attract, retain, and onboard employees. Goal number 2 is to optimize compensation and pay practices, so conduct and complete salary studies and additional salary studies in 2025, update our pay practices, and clarify our classifications within our compensation system, and also increase benefits awareness so that we can enhance utilization of those benefits and enhance the city's reputation as an employer of choice. Our third goal is to enrich workforce culture. So improve workforce culture with targeted training to support employee success, develop supervisor skills, and promote equity and inclusion. In the interest of time tonight, I don't know how much I'll actually be able to dive into those goals, but there is in my budget memo outline details and also timeline and activities that we propose for the strategy. I think it's pretty detailed. Here's a quick summary of the budget. This is shocking. I think, some may look at it when it comes to the actual totals, and the next slides will show the budget implications and the increases. However, I want to note that we have been charged with overhauling HR and positioning the city as an employer of choice. So I joked with my staff earlier today and said, if you want talent, well, talent costs. So some of you may have heard that reference before, or something similar. So this is a snapshot of the budget summary, which you can see. Let me go advance in the interest of time. So the increases in personnel are about 291%, but note that includes the personnel cost to implement the CROW study and all of the departments that are represented that could potentially receive those increases for their employees. It also reflects a fully staffed HR department. The supplies budget is increased by 714%. A lot of this captures our efforts to help recruit and retain talent. So beefing up our recruitment, our materials, creating more education and awareness around our benefits, and also want to highlight that I mentioned that the HR staff doubled over the past 2 years, and so we do have some budgeted money both in supplies and in other services in order to build out the HR suite so that we can be more accommodating to our employees and more conducive to their needs. The budget for other services is increased by 168%. You will see some of these ideas include enhancing our DEIB training, beefing up our employment branding, offering more facilitated supervisor training, and again, the HR suite renovation, and administering a survey so that we can benchmark better where we are right now in our status for employer of choice and continue to build our strategy around those improvements. This is goal number 1, again, to enhance talent management. I have here some details on the budget impacts related to goal 1. If we implement goal 1, then we can attract better candidates, streamline hiring, increase retention, and also enhance team performance. This is goal number 2. If we implement goal number 2, then we can attract talent, build trust, improve satisfaction, and enhance the city's reputation. I'm going quickly. I know I'm almost out of time here. If we implement goal number 3, this is an opportunity for us to improve job satisfaction, increase skills, lift morale, and increase workplace collaborations. This is, again, a summary of the budget and the implications. I'm sure you have questions, so I am prepared to answer them. This is the department budget by fund. The total for personnel is here, as well as supplies and services, and I do not have capital outlays in the budget. This is my conclusion. The 2025 HR budget proposal and strategy is built out in order to overhaul human resources and better position the city as an employer of choice. And I want to thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Councilmember Rollo.
Just to put it simply, so the Crow study indicates that, let me step back. So the 2024 budget allocated for personal services, 1.8 million. 2025 is anticipating 7. So that $5 million increase, a change of 291% is, oh, here it is, 5.227, is allocated to salaries.
Correct.
Is there anything else in that category other than salaries?
That is a good question. Let's just look right here real quick. That, and I'm sorry, I may have to lean on my colleagues from the controller's office. Sure. Because this being my first year, I'm still learning too more about the budgets. But
I can ask it again
or
to Director McClellan.
Either we can answer that question now, or can we follow up with you with details?
Yes. And,
okay.
And actually, the controller.
We can, yeah.
We could pose the question later.
Yeah.
And give it a little bit more time if there's anything else in that category. Just to unpack, it's a substantial amount.
It is.
So I'd like to,
yeah,
know if it encompasses just salaries or if there's anything else there.
Yeah, if we could follow up with you with those specific details, that'd be great.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Thank you for your presentation and all your hard work so far this year. You had $15,000 for an HR website makeover, but wouldn't that be part of the bigger new website that the city's developing? Why is that pulled out?
That is a good question. I'm sure that it could be. When I thought about the $15,000 to rebuild the HR website, I was thinking about the opportunity to have benefits information on the website, to have the HR staff so that employees know who they would be able to contact and when, just to build more of like a community and opportunity for employees to be, one, attracted to the website and more engaged with HR. So that is a fair question. I do believe that it can be rolled into a larger strategy, but I just know that there is a need for improved website presence for human resources, and that's why it's in my budget.
Okay. The DEIB training for all employees, is that to be done in-house, or would you be hiring a firm to do that?
We would hire a consultant to do that. We do have this year for 2024 a consultant that has been tapped to offer some equity training that is specifically related to recruitment and hiring practices. And so we would like to be able to expand on that in 2025, but it would be specifically facilitated by a consultant.
And would you have room for council staff and council members in that training?
I'm sure, yes.
Thank you.
I know that was a request, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't have it on. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you for the presentation, and likewise for all the hard work in changing systems. Do we have a sense yet of how, so the extra the extra personnel services allocation sitting in your budget, do we have a sense yet of how far that will get us in terms of implementation of the regraded, classified positions, like all the way, 70%, half, or is it just too soon to know?
So I feel that for that increased personnel services budget, the $6 million that we have allocated for Crow implementation should cover Crow implementation. We have a high estimate, that is where that number comes from. However, I know that we do still need to actually dig in. We need to do the work. We need all the final outcomes. And so we will use that $6 million. It is my understanding that the administration does not plan to go over that. We will make it work with the $6 million that we have in order to be able to prioritize those who would receive the increases for 2025.
Thank you. And I think I heard a mention the other night about either exit interviews or even like in place, like checking in with folks kind of interviews being implemented. Exit interviews are something that I and a number of other council members have been asking about for years as one way to better understand our challenges with retention. Are either of those things in place? Can you speak more to those?
We do offer an exit survey. We also offer exit interviews. And what I wanted to propose is that we go one step further and administer stay interviews so that we not only get information about turnover and separation, but also to inform our strategy around retention.
Got it. Those are relative, even the exit interviews are like a newish practice, yes?
They have been in place since I started in January. However,
so maybe, yeah.
I will
Okay.
say that when I looked at the exit surveys collected, at least to date, we had at least 163. We haven't had that many turnovers in 2024, so they would have been around before this year.
And then final question, do we require management training? Like a lot of folks move into management positions because they're good at their jobs substantively, but not because they have management training. As that skill becomes required for folks, do we train it? How do we approach that?
That is an opportunity to improve our employee training and development. And so, like I mentioned, we piloted some supervisor training in 2024. Our 2025 budget includes some additional training for supervisors because that doesn't exist right now, but there is a need.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? To my left. Councilmember Stossberg, and then, sorry.
Hi, thank you. A couple of fast ones, I think. You mentioned that really big increase in supplies, which is actually on the screen right now. Is that going to generally be like a one-time thing in terms of needing to get certain things, or is that going to end up being sort of a yearly expense of that?
For supplies?
Yeah. Or maybe a little bit of both?
There's a little bit of both. Thanks for offering that. There is a little bit of both. Some of those things that are, I feel to be higher, for example, for supply specifically would be like the furniture for the HR suite. That would be like a one-time. But then the majority of them would continue because they are a part of our efforts to improve our recruitment and retention efforts.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other thing is a request that I know that you don't have right now, but when you do finish the whole salary study stuff and have the new salaries for the different positions, I would be really interested in a spreadsheet of position, old salary, new salary, and job, like old job grade, new job grade, just so then I have it in like one spreadsheet so I can really see that movement. And I kind of assume, based on what I know about y'all so far, you're probably going to have that anyway in-house, but I would like to see that kind of spreadsheet. Is that going to be a problem, or is that possible?
I don't anticipate it would be a problem. We definitely have the data available, and our salaries are public,
Okay.
so I don't know why you couldn't see it.
Great, thank you. And then the last thing, I just want to give you a little bit more opportunity to talk about any kind of official, like, employee evaluation stuff, whether there's any practice in place right now. I mean, I know you guys just talked about exit interviews and stay interviews, but that's different than employee evaluation.
Yes.
And whether there's anything in place in any of the departments that you know of, and also what you would think best practice would be around that. And I'm sorry, you only have a minute.
So it is my understanding that the city used to have more structured performance evaluation plans, and then we steered away from it, and we went to more of like still structured, but the growth and goals conversations so that employees can still set goals and have conversations with their supervisors. I think that we need to first get through implementing the Crow study, and then I think we need to continue to focus on supervisor training to make sure that we have not only the technology for performance evaluations, but the skill set for performance evaluations. So that would be an opportunity, I feel like, training for supervisors to make sure that they feel comfortable with evaluating employees consistently, fairly, and equitably. But I do feel like there's some training that needs to be done first. And we also need to make sure that we budget, I think, accordingly. So, because if we're going to have a merit evaluation process, then you want to have some funding behind that to make it relevant, I feel. So maybe 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Architect of Joy, Director Dr. Peshak, why do you enjoy working in the city?
I enjoy working for the city because I have a master's degree in public administration. I've always been very service-oriented. I feel that one of my purposes in life, or some of them, include being able to create and offer opportunities to other people. And so this is a way for me to be able to serve in that capacity. I enjoy working with the administration. I'm enjoying working with the team. I love being able to show up and be exactly who I am, for my ideas to feel valued and to be able to serve my purpose.
Thank you. You gave me a perfect segue to my next question, which is, in terms of providing your professional services to others, can you give an assessment of how the HR practices of the council office are, and as we're thinking about restructuring, how might we overhaul our structure in 1 minute and 53 seconds?
You know, that is an interesting question, and I'm trying to think of how I can answer it quickly, because I do have a background in HR consulting, and we've taken some deep dives into different factors, different dimensions of human resources. So I guess what I would do is listen, like I did first, and learn like where the priorities are, identify where you have the most opportunity for improvement, and then go from there. And I'm sure that you can collectively come up with what those priorities are, and once you have those priorities, then you can do an action plan. And there's, like I said, several dimensions of human resources that you can identify that you want to prioritize. I don't know if that answered your question.
I mean, it was a diplomatic answer, but from your perspective, where you're sitting, like you have an overarching view of the city. So like when you think about how we can better function as a body in terms of our structuring of ourselves and of our staff, like how do you optimize that? And how, I might ask a better question because of the time, which is like, where do we fit in with the overhaul of HR, which is a huge priority for the Office of the Mayor and your office?
Do you mean specifically the city council? I don't know. I feel like that's a very broad question. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. I feel to give you a quality answer and follow up with you. My HR staff joked. They laughed at one point because when I first started, I gave them a grade of C+ as far as like our operations, but then I also gave some recommendations on how I feel like we could quickly get to B+, A-.
Any other questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Hello, thank you. What's onboarding swag?
The onboarding swag is, who mentioned socks? That made me smile. So just something, you know, I don't know if it would be like a t-shirt, a mug, or something, just something to welcome new employees into our community so that they feel a part of the city when they first come on board, starting from day one. But the onboarding plan that we have is not just that day one and that swag, but we also want to build out a program that would engage new employees 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 1 year until when they join the city.
I don't know why, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be fun if we gave everyone a whistle? It'd be chaos, you know? I don't know why, it just popped into my head.
That's swag, I like that idea.
That'd be crazy here. The Crow study, so this one was compensation, right? And then there are other parts that are going to be gender and race? Those are follow-ups?
I'll say equity. Okay, I'll say equity, because once we identify the new pay grades, Once we build out the framework for the classification, the job families, the classification, the series, and we look at tenure, once we have all that complete, then we will look across the city and look to see if positions that are similar in nature are have equity in pay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's not specifically digging into gender or race, basically, but just is a coordinator in engineering making the same as a coordinator in parks?
For the first phase, yes, for the first phase. And I do feel like there is opportunity to take a deeper dive into evaluating equity. But the first phase is just going to be equity for like positions pay across the city.
Okay. Yeah, it all is so complex to me, just how and some industries are more male dominated, of course, than others. So they just tend to make more money, right? How also, I'm just curious about this, and I can also ask if you want to answer it, in the documents instead. How does it work where engineers are 4-year degrees? They get out of college and they can make a lot of money. I'm always if I have babies, I'm going to tell them to be engineers. But then other people have to go get a master's and do not make as much out of a master's program as somebody as an engineer out of undergrad. How does that even work that we figure that out?
Well, we have a rubric that is a pretty detailed rubric. It has different dimensions on it. And so I feel like that would be the best way for me to explain to you. There's a rubric. It has factors. It depends on the position. It depends on the skill set required, the level of complexity, and so forth. And so I can answer that in more detail in writing. Okay. But hopefully that gave you a general
I'm just so
answer.
curious, honestly. Okay, thanks.
Rubric. That's the answer.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Nope. All right. Well, we can now open it up to public comment section. If there's anybody online.
If there's anyone online who'd like to make a public comment, you can do so by raising your hand using the Reactions tab or the More tab, or sending a chat to the meeting host. I do recall there was one chat sent earlier about this particular portion.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that one first.
Okay, let me know when you're going to start.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. This comment is from someone named K. Marge. They said, "Is this budget going to permanently implement paid parental leave? This was presented last year in the proposed 2024 budget, but still remains as a pilot program currently for some reason. This is imperative for workplace equity and staying competitive in the workforce. Has it been considered to change the health club reimbursement program to a broader health reimbursement program so all staff can utilize the benefit? Memberships specifically being reimbursable are considerably more expensive in Bloomington than the benefit offered itself, and if this could be more aligned with the IU Foundation or IUCU, then the benefit could be more competitive locally. What is the percentage of the employee usage for the Everside Health Clinic, and is it impacted by the limited hours? Why has the change in the commuter program not included a different reimbursable rate for all employees if they have hybrid vehicles, since there is an overall yearly limit for trips that can be reached? The changed program currently rewards those who own electric vehicles, of which have remained expensive and the average employee at the city cannot afford, which seems to be rewarding those already with a better economic advantage. How many employees actually live in the city, and how many own in the city, and how many live outside of the city with limited or no access to public transportation, biking, or walking routes? This data is important in regard to how applicable benefits programs actually are to all employees instead of a few who can take advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see one person in council chambers so far. Please sign in and state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Steve Volan. I have 2 things to comment on. One of them is the 100 line here. The $6 million being put into the HR budget is, at the very least, confusing to me, if not to, it might be to the general public. If these are dollars that are going to increase the salaries of people across the city, even if it's just an accounting thing being done this year, it skews look at this dramatic change that really isn't an increase in HR's budget, it's an increase in everybody else's budget. And so at the very least, I wonder, why this accounting choice. But the other issue I wanted to say was that it was always my understanding with the council and the clerk's office that the council and the clerk, being separately elected bodies, should have not only their own HR policies, but their own IT and legal policies. Whether they choose to align with the administration's HR, IT, and legal policies is up to the council, but it really shouldn't be any question about the need for the council and the clerk to set their own policies. Without that, can they truly be independent, separately elected arms of government? I mean, there's a reason for the separation of powers. So I would urge the council to think about that as they're considering their concerns. Again, in most cases, the council will find it, and the clerk will find it perfectly logical to duplicate administration policies in certain matters, but I think it should always be incumbent on both elected bodies that they stay separate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other online participants wishing to make comment?
Don't see any hands raised.
Okay. Anybody in chambers to make comment? All right. It looks like we're going back to council for comments. Any other comments from council? Councilmember Asari and then Councilmember Piedmont-Smith.
Super briefly, I just wanted to thank Director Peshek for the answers to questions that I sent earlier on in the budget. I think particularly wanted to emphasize, and I think in response to the public comment that was just made, I asked many questions around definitional clarity around sort of these targets that we're setting, outcomes, goals. But particularly, I was really pleased to see that part of this HR overhaul includes a consideration of budget, and I think also, as the person just mentioned, this question of budget. I'm sorry, I misspoke, of benefits and of benefit equity, benefit efficiencies, benefit uptake, and so I'm really grateful that that you've identified both the need, both a lot of clarity around the outcomes, metrics, goals there, but then most importantly to me, as I've said all throughout these last 4 nights, that feedback loop part of it, right? So it's not just that we set these goals and we're like, oh, we have a goal, good for us, but it's that we actually then have the processes to be continually assessing them, and then that we're agile enough to make those changes as they're happening. So just very grateful for the forethought there, the thorough nature of both of the memos that you submitted, and thank you also for answering the questions.
I think the question about whether the paid parental leave is going to be permanent is an excellent question. I'm sorry I didn't think of it, and I just want to say I think it should be permanent. And if we haven't put that in the budget, let's put it in the budget.
It is permanent.
It is permanent.
Yeah, it is planned to be permanent going forward. And
Can you come to the podium, please?
Sure. I didn't know if I should or not. It is planned to be permanent, the paid parental leave, and we do have statistics for all benefits utilization that I would be happy to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Councilmember Rosenbarger, and then Strasburg.
Thanks. I appreciate what you had to say. It's a lot of a really big increase in the budget, but some of it I think is exciting. I have read some books, that's neat, but about like leadership and management, and I do think great leaders attract other great leaders, right? And the flip side of that, I think, is a lot of people don't leave jobs, they leave supervisors, and so I think offering training and continuing to like help develop our staff into managers and leaders is really important for the city in terms of just like a good quality work experience and a good balance of life work, I think. So I'm excited about that. Thanks.
That's actually a good note for me to start on, because we kind of ended in my question period about talking about evaluation, and you had referenced needing to have some kind of tool in place that gave a point to the evaluation. You said some kind of a merit-based policy then, and I'm not necessarily thinking about that it would be necessary to have a merit-based policy as a result of evaluation. I'm thinking of it more kind of like what Councilmember Rosenberger just mentioned in terms of communication, in terms of staff feeling seen and valued in their position, knowing what they're supposed to be doing, right? Getting some regular guidance about that. And by regular, I don't know quite what regular means, but also then regular input on how they're doing. And it's that praise element, it's that idea that even if your salary is maybe lower, if you're getting some of those praise things, if you're getting some of that stuff, then you might stay anyway. So I think that that's kind of what I was thinking about as at least a start of that kind of evaluation thing, of making sure that staff know how they're doing at their job so that they can feel successful and feel good about that. And sometimes that can be tied to a paycheck, but it doesn't have to be tied to a paycheck. So I just wanted to make that clear in terms of my statement. And then the other thing I want to say, which should be short, and then you can respond if you want to, is the public comment that Attorney Kulak read. Since that was written, if you could cut and paste that and maybe email it out, because there were several other questions in there, and I would like to add those questions into that shared document of questions so that we can make sure that those things don't get lost in this whole process, because there are just a lot of questions out there about budget stuff. So I would really appreciate that. Thanks. Do you want to respond to the evaluation thing? Because you have a minute, maybe.
I want to say I agree those were great questions, and I will be able to respond to them in writing, either from HR data or collaborating with my colleagues to source the data to answer the question. We won't wait for supervisor training related to coaching employees. We have this ongoing thing of coaching employees for success. We started with supervisor training just related to disciplinary action because we got a lot of questions and feedback on that. We felt like there was need for that. We are asking what else we can do for our supervisor training, and so growth and goals conversations is something that we could focus on even as early as this year if we're waiting for something more robust for 2026, but we don't have to wait.
Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. First, I think to former Councilmember Rowland's point, it was noted on the first night of the introduction from your office, and then again just now, that the reason for placing that extra money in HR budget was because we don't actually know which budget it's going to go into yet. I'm fairly certain that's not going to be replicated. It's sort of a one-time transition phase thing, but granted, confusing. But anyway. Very appreciative for the overall goal of overhauling our HR, including compensation, classification, training, et cetera, et cetera. I think also very appreciative for you, Director Paycheck, and Deputy Mayor Knapp for meeting with me 3 months ago or something to go in detail into this. Read the Crow study, reviewed it carefully, because a lot of us have been asking and talking about a lot of these things in the budget cycle and otherwise for years. Also, some credit to the Hamilton administration. I think we got behind over the first half plus of that administration, but I think there was recognition that we'd gotten ourselves in a hole and there was a problem. And so they did convene the study. They weren't in office long enough to implement it, but that's largely what we're doing. We're implementing the study they convened, almost to the letter. And so did want to credit that is a continuation of a process that was started under the previous administration, and a positive thing that we're able to follow up on. I think that's all for now. I was just going to note that I have to step out, unfortunately, and we'll miss the last two presentations, but I will watch them later. So apologies for that. And thank you for your presentation.
Any other comments? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much for everything. Really appreciate it. And now up next is our presentation from the Legal Department with Corporation Counsel Margie Rice. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Margie Rice, Corporation Counsel. Let me see, screen button. Okay, so, make sure I know how to do this. How do I do it? Is it not turned on? Maybe I'm hitting the on and off button. Okay, help me out, Ash. That's why I'm not an engineer, Kate, because I can't even work the little button. Okay, that one. Okay. I don't even use the remote at home. Okay, so here we go. Thanks. So the legal department here at the city, there's a statute that has requires the Department of Law to sort of be in charge of manage the legal affairs for the city. We're a second-class city by statute. I think we're a first-class city. But so our job is to manage all of the legal affairs for the city. We have one client, the city of Bloomington. But we're very forward-facing. We deal with the public a lot. We have 10 full-time employees in the legal department. That is 8 attorneys, a paralegal, and an administrative assistant. We are, by statute, supposed to prosecute violations of the law, of local law. We collect money owed to the city. We advise our boards and commissions and on our department heads. We also, within the legal department, have the risk division. That division has 3 employees. We have a risk manager, a director of training, and an administrative assistant. When I first worked for the city in 2007, I was the risk manager, assistant city attorney. So that division is near and dear to my heart. They secure the insurance for the city. We deal with tort claims that are filed against the city. If those tort claims turn into litigation, we deal with the litigation. Sometimes we are represented by our insurance defense counsel. And so we will work side by side with insurance defense, to deal with interrogatories, discovery, that kind of thing. And the risk division also does training for our departments. So our current status, our successes, this year we came in 25% understaffed in terms of attorneys. We were down 2. And we were able to hire. It was a little challenging. I think we had to open up twice. We didn't get a lot of interest. I think that's probably indicative of the salary levels. Hopefully with this compensation study that will change. But it is my goal to actually not have turnover. We have also this year, Rick Dietz, I want to thank him for his help. He early on identified for me that a need for the legal department, something he has been telling the legal department for the last few years I needed, was a case management and workflow system. So we have interviewed a couple of options, had some presentations. We've identified one we want to go with, which is Clio, and that's in my budget for this year. So if you approve it, we're going to pull the trigger and get some licenses for Clio. We also been talking, as you've heard already tonight, that the mayor's office is really interested in transparency. IT is interested in data, management of data. We have traditionally been the source of handling public records requests in the legal department. We think of things, though, from a legal perspective, like, is this, should this be disclosed, should it not be disclosed? There's a much broader way to look at data and information going out to the public than strictly through a legal lens. So we are really interested in working with the mayor's office and IT to do less of the public records, to just really look at and say, is that legal or not? And then the office, the mayor can make policy decisions about data, and IT can help also in terms of managing data. So that's a shift that we hope to make in 2025. So our challenges and needs. No surprise to anybody here, we have had some unfavorable court rulings regarding annexation. We are working on those cases. That's been a challenge for us, taking a lot of time. The city is actively growing and doing a lot more. We have not increased staffing in the legal department with all of those changes. In fact, I think when I was here before, we had more staff. And so we've definitely lost an administrative person. I'd have to look back, and I think we might have at one point had another attorney. But we have been doing more serving our departments, but with the existing staff, so that's a challenge. And I think that causes us some issues in terms of, case management and workflow and organization. So our goals for 2025 are to improve that organization in the management of workflow. We want to collaborate with other departments to really work with data in a way that serves the public well. We want to maintain our staffing so that we don't have turnover, which is expensive. I want to invest in training opportunities, again, to reduce turnover and build expertise. It's my goal that we would rely upon outside counsel over the course of years, be able to build that expertise within the legal department and have to rely on outside counsel less and less. We also want to regularly update union contracts, not just when they are open, after 2 years or 3 years, but as they're needed when people come to us with concerns, when the unions come to us with concerns, that we will be able to address those in real time. We've done that this year, and we've talked to ASME, we've talked to the police department, and we, as you know, had a really successful contract negotiations with fire. Also want to work with the personnel policies with HR to make sure that they are robust and within, obviously legal. And then again, partner with our risk manager and those people within the city departments who are responsible for risk within their divisions to create this culture of safety. We want to be proactive, not just reactive. I've heard some feedback from departments so far that they say, hey, risk is kind of gotcha, right? They catch you in a mistake. Maybe it's not as sort of constructive and proactive as we might like. And so I have, we assigned all of the different departments to an attorney in the office. I've actually taken over the risk division and in meeting weekly with our risk staff, going over weekly with our administrative personnel, the tort claims that are coming in, really trying to get a handle on what's going on in terms of risk and to be able to reduce that, because when we can reduce risk, we save money. And our employees are safer. So here's a little budget summary. Oh gosh, I gotta speed up. So you can see that we have not increased our staff. We have increased supplies. Some of that is mostly in risk. And then our other services, we have an increase. That's a transfer of outside legal costs from the controller's office to my office, and then the software that I mentioned for the case management. So again, we have a 57% decrease in some supplies, and risk has an increase, and then we have the increases for the software purchase and consolidating funds for outside legal services. So here are our goals again: improving organization, improving access to city information and data. There's no impact there from the budget, but we are going to work with the Office of the Mayor and ITS in that regard. We hope that that results in more timely responses to public records and, frankly, improved satisfaction. We want to maintain our full staffing. We have had turnover. I'll tell you that I'm back here now, and there are only 3 employees in the legal department that I worked with when I left in 2015. They've had a lot of turnover in the legal department. That's only 1 attorney is still here and 2 support staff. So I'd like to change that. Supporting HR policies and practices overhaul. Again, we heard through these union negotiations that the past negotiations were pretty painful for everybody, and we set a goal to change that and to really make sure that the union knew we supported them and our goals were their goals. We want to build, career firefighters who stick around Bloomington, career police officers, and also our street division and all our ASME employees as well. Okay, and again, creating the citywide culture of safety where we are regularly looking at our practices. We are being proactive. We are going to develop an annual training calendar. That's a request we've had from some departments. And I want to collaborate with the departments to tailor the training towards the things that they'd like to see. Okay, there's our budget again. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Okay, I want to explore the increase in services line by $535,000. So $500,000, And in our budget notebook, it says that special legal services have increased due to consolidation of legal and controller's funds used to pay outside counsel fees. Rather than have funds allocated in both departments, legal will manage the outside counsel expenses, which have increased in recent years. We intend to use outside counsel judiciously where unique experience is required, such as in annexation and bonding. So this 535 consists of annexation, bonding, counsel.
So there was a large amount in the controller's office last year, and we're taking that out of the controller's office and sticking it into my budget. So that was about, let me get that figure. That was about $468,000, Jessica, I think, that was in your budget that's coming into my budget. So it won't be in hers, will be in mine. There was, and then the other cost is the $104,000 for that software.
Okay, and I'll ask the controller this soon because there's an increase in services of almost $900,000 in her budget. But how much of that is going to be used for annexation, counsel?
You know, we have gotten an estimate that they thought the appeal might be about $100,000, but I can't really answer yet. I can tell you that when I say we want to be as judicious as possible, and I can tell you that was $478 that was in the controller's budget put into mine, and then $104,749 for the software. But then I had decreased the line by $60,000, so that's roughly $522.
So is it possible to break down that anticipated expense of $535,000 for bonding and for outside legal expenses in terms of specific purpose in mind?
Yeah, I can do that. I can try to break that down and answer that in one of the questions. I'll work with the controller on that. I can tell you, I know a question has been, we've been trying to get a handle on the annexation costs, what it's been to date. So the controller looked through, in our office, worked with the controller's office to look through figures going back to 2016, I think, Jessica. And we've so far come up with about $2,386,221.09. And I can ask my staff to look at that and see how much of that was legal expenses. That may also give us some sort of idea of how much we've spent in legal costs. And then, for example, I can tell you the brief, we're working on the brief now. We're doing that in consultation with outside counsel. So we are trying, I'll tell you what, I don't love to write appellate briefs. It's not my thing. Larry, who worked in the Attorney General's office.
That's time, I'm sorry.
loves it. Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Time,
okay, sorry.
It sounds like you've got a lot to offer.
Yeah.
I would be willing to yield my time to Councilmember Rollo if he wants to continue with this.
Well, I'll
Carry
let
on
you
then.
continue.
But Larry is up there right now, I think probably, or at home still working on the brief. It's due the 6th of September. And so, one of the things I want to do is really cultivate talent. Not everybody can be good at everything or wants to be good at everything. I don't really ever aspire to be great at writing appellate briefs, but that's a thing he loves, and so I want to fit people in doing the things they love to do, and I hope that they will stay. So yeah, but I want. It's not going to happen overnight, but I'd really like to get to the point where we're only relying upon outside counsel for the real specialty things, like we've got an environmental contamination issue, we need to deal with somebody on that issue, or just some weird thing.
Okay, so just generally speaking, my overall concern is that the $1.4 million that's in yours and the controller budget for, we're not sure.
Yeah.
It's services of some kind.
Yeah.
It's large enough to, I think, justify breaking it down into and categorizing it so we see where we are. And you hit the nail on my head. One of the major concerns is that we've already sunk $2.3 million into legal.
Well, all those are all over, all annexation costs, not just legal.
Okay. So
some of those are like recording fees.
Yeah, million.
All annexation costs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is, I think, an important thing to consider for the fiduciary body, the council, in terms of the sunk costs.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're for annexation, and how much we should pursue it. And then, what we have potentially lost in terms of where would that money have gone, opportunity costs, which I'm concerned about. So thank you. We'll be corresponding more about this. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rice, for your presentation. I see in the budget notes under supplies,
Yes.
there's, of course, the case management system, and then you have purchasing shoes, winter clothing, and materials for cleaning up encampments.
Yes. I was hoping
Why
somebody
is
would
that
ask
in the
me.
legal budget?
Yeah, well, that's really in the risk budget. So because risk supports the employees, we buy some winter clothing for them, buy shoes. We have a program where we'll buy safety shoes for employees. We've had a $100 voucher forever. We're wanting to increase that to $150 because, all the employees think about the ones who work in the street and those divisions. We'll buy them give them a voucher. We have trucks come in. They can use that voucher to buy shoes. And $100 doesn't get you nearly as much as it used to, so we wanted to get that to $150. We also would like to be able to give some departments 2 pair of shoes a year, because some of the departments that deal they're outside a lot, or they're working with hot asphalt, their shoes wear out, so we want to be able to give them 2. But that has traditionally always been in the risk division. We recently have started helping more with in cleaning up encampments, and so some of the things we're buying are gloves, certain masks, Tyvek clothing and booties, things that have like permethrin in it that repels insects, some repellent, because they go into situations where, there might be people camping who've had dogs, there might be, we've had fleas. So risk is buying these supplies to give to the employees who are going in and working on encampments.
So it's not for risk employees?
No.
It's for employees in other departments?
Yeah, our risk division works with all of the departments on training and trying to reduce risk
And
when
so
they're
it's
out
in
doing their
risk
job.
because it's related to safety?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Let me see if there was another one.
We also deal with like OSHA compliance and that sort of thing.
I think that's all I had, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none? Well, all right, I'll allow it. Councilmember, sorry.
Why, thank you very much. It's so good to see you, Director Rice. And super quick question, just in keeping, and this is actually not a budgetary item, more so a budget book question, but in keeping with the themes that are throughout the budget book and the mayor's values, et cetera, I wondered if you would consider adding improving what do you call it, customer service as one of the goals for the legal department, for the very few times, but that the general public interact with lawyers. I mean, it's, I think it's just something for us to, I think, add to things that we're tracking. People sort of public perception of our legal office, if you will. So just throwing that out as a suggestion with a question mark at the end.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I've always, as a public lawyer, I think it's important that you should not have to have a lawyer when you come in here to deal with a legal department. We should be approachable. We should level the playing field. It should be very accessible. And I think that's a great suggestion. I will definitely have that at school.
Any other questions? All right. Well, now we will open it up for the public comment period. Attorney Kulak, could you see if there's anyone online?
Of course.
Please.
If you would like to make a public comment on Zoom, you can do so using the raise hand feature in Zoom, using the reactions tab, and if you cannot find it in the more tab, and if you need assistance, you can send a chat or your comment to the meeting host.
Thank you. And while we're waiting, anybody here in chambers who would like to make public comment? Going once, going twice. Anybody online?
No immediate hands raised.
All right. Seems we have no public comment for this portion, so we will bring it back to council. Any council comments? Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, just to reiterate that I think it would be helpful to us in considering this budget and the controller budget, because we're anticipating expenses for bond counsel. It's sure to be expensive. And then we've got other legal consultant fees that I'm not sure exactly what they consist of at this point, but if we can, since this is a substantial amount of money, I'd really like to find out exactly what we're getting for the effort. And so I appreciate Ms. Rice offering kind of an itemization and idea of a projected source of these expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm glad that it was reported that the union negotiations were less contentious this year. I'm really glad that we're supporting our unions and all of our unionized workers. And I also was really glad to hear about the risk mitigation funds with regard to proper equipment for staff, because that is something that I have heard before, in my life, that it can be really challenging, and some feel, you need steel-toed boots, or you need this, that, or the other thing, and those expenses can add up, and so starting a new job and having to invest in those things can be an obstacle. So I'm glad that that is a place where we help make sure that our workers are safe by providing them with appropriate equipment, even things like personal gear, like boots and whatever else might fall into that category, depending on the department. Thank you.
Any other council comments? All right, seeing none, we close that portion. Thank you very much. And so now we move on to presentation from Monroe County Capital Improvement Board. And presenting for that is the CIB Controller, Jeff Underwood. No, and it looks like it's Vice President Eric Spoonmore. Treasurer. Sorry. And if I'm pausing before I'm calling on everybody's names tonight, it's because I'm trying really hard right now to not do what I do to my kids and call you by the wrong names. So I'm taking an extra moment to think real hard.
Think about how
much
time that is added to this meeting. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Sorry.
Well, good evening, Council and Madam Chair Daly. I'm Eric Spoonmore, Treasurer of the Monroe County Capital Improvement Board of Managers, joined here by our Assistant Treasurer, Jeff Underwood. We're pleased to present the 2025 Capital Improvement Board budget for your review this evening. As you know, this budget involves the use of food and beverage tax dollars, and that requires some additional processes to approve the spending in particular, and also in coordination with the Council and Administration, we'll seek a resolution from you all at your meeting on September 4th. If we're fortunate to receive your approval on the 4th, we'll then work with the City Council and Administration to submit the request to the Monroe County Food and Beverage Tax Advisory Commission for their subsequent review and recommendation. And then based on FabTax positive recommendation, hopefully, we'll then seek the formal adoption of our request as part of the city's 2025 budget. I know there's a lot of steps in these processes, but hopefully as we kind of continue to go through this, it'll become second nature for us. So thanks again for your consideration of the CIB budget request tonight. I think we're making great progress with the Convention Center expansion, and as a capital improvement board, and Mr. Underwood here will run through all the details of our budget request for you.
Thank you and good evening. First time since 2017 that I haven't had to be here all 4 nights, so thankful for that. And a lot less lot less stress. So I've been able to transfer that over to the new controller. Yeah, so I'll quickly run through the numbers for you. Our total budget request is $899,400. That breaks down no personnel costs, Category 2 supplies, $1,000. Category 3 is the largest part, and that's broken out into about 3 categories here. We have professional fees, which is the internal staff for the CIB. That would be for the legal, which is Jim Whitlatch and his firm, at $144,900. The controller, myself, at $71,500 for a subtotal of $216,400. Professional fees external, this is owner's rep, which is JS Held, a total of $320,000. Website maintenance, $2,000, and then other, which is $360,000, which is the big change in the 2025 budget, and that breaks down for kind of pre-construction costs, testing environmental of $200,000, commissioning of $60,000, and utility relocations and connections of $100,000. That is a total of $360,000 for a total of $899,400. We would be happy to answer any questions. We have up there our goals. The design phase is ongoing and hope to have a substantial completion of that by the end of the year. In coordination with city administration, we would come back to the council after the first of the year for approval to issue bonds and have those closed by the end of Q1 with construction beginning in April of 2025. And substantial completion by the end of 2027, which would be both the new construction and then the remodeling of the existing one. So we'll start with new construction first. As that gets completed, then that'll come on board, and then we'll be able to go in and remodel the existing one. Happy to answer any questions on the numbers or anything else that you might have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, basic one about your group's exploration of parking needs for the facility. Do you have anything to report about that? Is the 4th Street garage capable of accommodating?
Yeah, we think it is. We have no plans in any design components for a additional parking facility that would be paid for with food and beverage tax dollars or as part of this project for the expansion of the convention center. We're trying to utilize, the site that we landed on was there to the east of the existing convention center, which allows us to best maximize the capacity of the 4th Street parking garage. So that's what we're really hoping for. It'll be interesting to see how parking demand is in the future in terms of the number of conventioneers and conferences that we have, but we feel very confident right now that that'll give us as much parking as we need for this expanded center without the need for an additional parking garage.
Okay, that's good news. My other question is about, can we anticipate that most of the expenditure would go to local firms?
Yes, that's a primary goal for the Capital Improvement Board. That was one of the reasons I think that the elected officials wanted to see the Capital Improvement Board be the framework behind this, because we want to keep as much of this funding local. It's primarily going to be funded by visitors and people coming in from out of town, but we want to keep that money here locally. So we want to, in the information that we'll be putting out for the bids and the bid packages and so forth, I think you'll see, as we've been working with JS Held, that they're going to really make sure that we emphasize that local firms, local companies, organized labor is going to be prioritized for these jobs that are going to be done.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Just note for the record that Weddle Brothers was selected, a local Bloomington firm, as the constructor of record. So we've got a good step right there.
That's great. I may, with my remaining time, I'll put in a pitch for local materials too, if possible.
Absolutely.
We happen to have a lot of limestone here, I understand.
There is, you know, and that's, if you've seen the 3 design proposals, one of them is labeled quarry, and that is to take advantage of, you know, the limestone heritage that we have here in the community. So, you know, I think ultimately what's going to happen with the design is there'll be a morphing of all 3 of those options that we've seen, but we certainly, I hope personally as a member of the Capital Improvement Board that we're able to you know, really incorporate a lot of those limestone features that have made Bloomington and this part of our state very famous.
That's time. Thank you.
Well,
Sorry.
good work. Good work. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, that was such a timid. Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. Since we just got done with the legal department, I'm just looking at the legal professional services line, which is $144,900. And I looked up our open portal finance from last year, and our most highly paid attorney in our legal department was paid $117,000. So it seems a little bit interesting that for what I understand is kind of part-time legal consulting, that there's more in the budget for a year of that than there is for a full-time legal attorney in our legal department. And I know maybe that means that our pay is so out of whack, but I mean, tell me why. Tell me more about that.
The fee with that firm, it is not just for one person. They're also supplying a lot of the administrative and coordination work for that. So while it's one firm and Jim Latch is the lead of that, there are support folks that are putting out the notices, that are coordinating the meetings, they're taking the minutes. So they're more of an inclusive staff for the whole CIB. So it's more than just direct legal fees.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. When you presented before about legal, it was just, there was one person here, and there was an implication that there was just that one person working on it, and I'm glad to understand that that's more a fee for an entire firm. That makes more sense. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions before we open it up for public comment? Nope. Okay. Well, we're going to open it up for public comment then. Attorney Kulak, would you mind checking online?
Of course. If you are online and you'd like to make a public comment about this budget proposal, please use the raise hand feature. You can find that in the reactions tab, or if you cannot find it, it is in the more tab. If you need assistance, you can send a chat to the meeting host.
And do we have anybody here in chambers who would like to make public comment? Don't everybody jump at once. All right, anybody online?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Well, then I think it's pretty safe to say we can move back to comment for council. Anybody to my left interested in commenting? Councilmember Stossberg.
Raise my hand real high this time. I just want to thank you for mentioning organized labor earlier when Councilmember Rallo was asking you some questions, because that line got me going, oh, are we also going to think about union markers? And I'm glad that you preempted my asking you about that by saying, yes, you're already thinking about that. So thank you very much for all of your work. And I think that we'll see you before council in a few weeks with another request as well for the rest of this year. So thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Asari.
I just wanted to say that I'm grateful after what was probably the worst presentation of all time at the beginning of this council set. Not now, but I'm talking about, you know, the first time the CIB came and spoke to this body. I'm really giving you a hard time. Honestly, I'm so grateful for how we've, you know, sort of worked together through some, let's say, teething difficulties as the CIB was brought up and as it was, you know, sort of put into action. I'm just really grateful for the full steam ahead and the progress, and also thank you for the transparency with the budget and the details that you've always provided. We're just grateful for the work that you're doing and grateful to be working with you. Also, thank you for being good sports when I give you a hard time. But really, like I'm excited for all of this connectivity and sort of seeing this all come together. Also, I think sort of very clearly stated within the central budget. This is really exciting, and you know, I think that even though the convention center might have been fraught at times, and I think there's still, you know, lots of questions, but I think that as this all connects, I think we'll all be very happy at some point. And so I'm just really, really happy for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulik.
Thank you both for being here and for the great work that you do on the CIB. I just want to say, in general, I am in favor of the convention center, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. Just a little plug for their next meeting. I believe they are interviewing hoteliers at 1 p.m. at the Monroe County Convention Center on September 4th. So if you want to come hang out with me, I will be there. Thanks.
And, oh, yes, Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, 30 seconds or so, just to say I want to express my appreciation to you and their board. I'm happy to see this moving forward. It looks like it's really gaining momentum, and we're certainly one mind on your conclusions and goals, in terms of me at least, with you. And I'm very happy that the garage will serve the needs of the facility, the existing garage. That's great news too. So thank you.
Well, and I'll give my public comment. I'll just piggyback off what everybody else said. Thank you guys so much for your work. It is really exciting to see it all come together. And I've loved checking out the design and kind of fantasizing then about, well, all the possibilities. And I may not be able to make the meetings because of work, but I've been known to stalk the website. So I love that you guys have that website. So thank you for putting that together, because I think that has gone really far for transparency purposes. So thanks, keep up the awesome work. And we're done with that portion of tonight's program. Okay, we have one left, guys, we can do this. Last, and certainly not least, Office of the Controller, Controller McClellan.
Hello, Council. Good evening. Controller McClellan, City Controller for all of you. Everybody has problems with this after somebody must have broke it. It was definitely user error. All right, I would like to thank, tonight I'd like to thank my amazing staff, Cheryl Gilliland especially, who has helped with every department finish their budget. We would not be here without her work. She's in the audience supporting today. So the Controller's Office is the city's finance department. We have 12 full-time staff. Our key programs are accounts payable and receivable, payroll, which everybody loves, purchasing and procurement, and budget auditing and financial planning. There are a lot of opportunities for successes in this office. When we started, the first one that was clearly communicated to me was communication. And we have done a really great job at communicating more with departments and with the public and hopefully with council, and just providing information and updates and just a willingness to work collaboratively with everybody. We have also improved our audits, and I put here, developed a good relationship with auditors. That's really a one-way relationship where they ask for stuff and you give it to them as soon as possible, but that has gotten better, and they're very happy, and that makes them much easier to work with. Grants, also, everybody loves grants. It's one of the super happy, shiny parts of my office. We have an amazing grants sourcing manager, and departments love him. His name is Jonas. He has definitely increased our application capacity and awards in departments that didn't really have capacity to go after awards before. He's helped parks, he's helped fire. He has definitely helped Sean in ESD. And I think that we have had some small successes and many more to come in creating a goal-oriented budget. So one of our definite challenges noticeable right away to me is challenges in the robustness of our financial software. I wrote here that we need to eliminate inefficiencies of manual processes and disparate spreadsheets, and that is exactly what it sounds like. We are just missing so many opportunities to improve collaboration between departments. I had to write these things down because it just runs the entire gamut of this. This software is just not ideal in my opinion, and so to wrap it up quickly, we don't know what we don't know, and so 2025 is going to be our exploring process of trying to find a software that works for us. Enough about that. There's a lot more to come on that. And I'm very excited about that. So that presents an opportunity. What we're going to get with a financial software that really works for us is to be able to, like, it runs the gamut between a financial software that does everything for you or a financial software where all of the data is right there and accessible and you can do whatever you want with it. So there's really kind of two worlds of financial software. And so we're going to go out there and look and see what works for us, because we have a lot of needs for how we're going to code all of our expenses and all of our projects so that we can create the kind of budget that is meaningful to us. All right, my 2025 goals: streamline the budget process, improve cash flow management, and drive cost reduction initiatives. And that goes back to the main controller's mission, which is to support efficiently manage resources, support our initiatives, and achieve long-term growth and financial stability. Personnel grew slightly, along with every other department. Supplies is the same. Other services grew because we moved the public safety bond, the payment. It's a $2 million annual payment right now. That was split between the fire and police budget in the ED Lit fund. And we manage all the bond payments, and we didn't move it out of that fund. It's still in the ED Lit fund, but it's in the controller budget. So it's a cost that didn't change. The cost didn't increase. It just moved to a different budget. So you're seeing it as like an increase to my budget, but it was a decrease in the fire and police budget. So it's just an equal. They zero each other out. And I know that Dave wanted to ask about that. And then this other services, I did move the $487K out of my budget and into the legal budget. And honestly, I'm pretty sure I just took this $500K out of my budget. I probably should have put $500K in Margie's budget, but it was, sorry, Margie. But that's what happened. I just tried to make it easier for myself when I was doing math. So yeah, there's really not a lot of changes in our budget. We do have a lot of other services because we have, I wrote these things down. We have a lot of other services we have accounting fees to pay for our audits. We have a lot of counsel when we're working on, we have bond counsel and financial counsel when we're working on big projects like Hopewell Development in the Summit District. We also have financial planning with Reedy. We also have financial planning for another report we have to do with Crone and Associates. So we just have a lot of very professional municipal advisors that help us with all of our compliance and all of our planning for financial commitments. Okay. All right, I'm gonna run out of time. That's where I wrote it down. ARPA compliance. Oh yeah, that's another consultant that we use. We have an attorney that helps us make sure we're compliant with the ARPA requirements. And I'm paying for, because we have the grant sourcing manager, we are paying for a lobbying firm that is working with our grant sourcing manager and all of our city departments they are a federal lobbying firm. It's Ice Miller. And so they have a federal team that's working with us to be able to try to access some more federal funds that we haven't been able to access before. It's working really well. All right, I'm so sorry, guys. I feel like I had it more together. Streamline the budget process. I think that we agree that that is a need. I just wanted to say that local governments have, we've relied on incremental budgeting over the years, which is where last year's budget just becomes next year's budget. And we know that there's so many disadvantages to that. And I think that the highest value outcome of streamlining the budget process is going to be better financial planning. Everything that we do to try to to streamline the process so we can create a better outcomes-based budget is going to create better financial planning and use of our resources. Cash management encompasses many things. Long-term financial planning, which is in the works, which is we're full steam ahead. We have a model that we have put our budget in, and we're going to put our revised budget in there to model the cash flow for 5 years out with our budget. Capital planning, we're working on that too. Cash flow forecasting and investment planning. And that contributes to the overall goal to support the long-term health of the city. And then cost reduction initiatives, that's a not very well-veiled way of saying cuts. We need to balance the needs of every department with the reality of our revenues. And how do we have honest conversations with our residents about programs that might be being phased away? How do we decide when to use new technology to cut costs? How do we balance the needs of the most vulnerable in our communities as we make cuts? And the goal of the controller's office, I put this in our office, but it's happening in every office. What our goal is to be a better resource for departments when they are making long-term decisions about reducing costs and having the data that we need to make the right decisions. All right. That is our budget. There is $288,000 in CARES. That is the last chunk that is being transferred from the CARES fund to the general fund, and that can be used for any city purpose. And then, in conclusion, I wrote here a summary of what all the things that my department is responsible for. And I just wanted to add that everybody in my department, we really love what we do. And our goal is really to be the best internal service department that we can for the entire city, because everything that every department does flows through our office from inception, from the first idea to get that purchase order and get that contract approved. We review those to the final payment and the auditing of that entire project. We have to track every single thing that happens with every project and, every expense of the county. So we love it, and we just want to have the tools to be able to do that better.
Thank you very, very much. Questions, Councilmember Asari?
Thank you so much. And for bringing us to the end. It's wonderful to end with your presentation. I have a sort of double barrel question. I'll ask the follow-up together with the question, if you will. Will you consider changing goal or adapting, reformatting goal 1 to more explicitly say, at least we're moving towards outcome-based budgeting rather than sort of the broader, streamlining. And then we talked when we first started thinking about the changes to the budget, you had mentioned right up front that, hey, well, we really need new software to do this. And so is that in the budget for you to get it? Because it feels like if you don't have that in the budget, that we're really just pushing further down the line, sort of the type of budgetary changes that we need to do. So what are we going to do about that?
To the your first point, I completely agree about having outcome-based budgeting and in that goal. And in my mind, the way to achieve it, functionally in my office, was streamline the budget process.
Right.
We put so much work into so many things that could be automated, and once we get rid of that, then we can really focus on how to have a powerful budget that has outcomes built into it that we can, you can slice and dice and look at and find information. And then the task of choosing a new software will definitely not happen in 2025 because it is a huge undertaking.
I see.
It takes a lot of planning. It's going to take a lot of planning and testing and implementation and a careful rollout with a lot of training and education and buy-in. There's so much that you have to do to make that kind of change a successful change. So it will not be a 2025 expense. I can guarantee it.
Okay, and then to that point, as a follow-up, we had talked about creating a task force around budget processes comprised of your office, the mayor's office, and council members. How can we help to get that off the ground? I guess September 10th or whenever we're done with this budget process. When do we start next year?
Oh, Counselor Asari, I am so glad you asked, because I had all these pages of things I was going to read to you that I couldn't get to. And I wanted to tell you about how some ideas I have for what the Controller's Office can do better.
Wonderful.
To improve on this process. And I think one of the things that we can do is we had to make a lot of cuts, and I have some information about those cuts, but what I really wanted to tell you is that I think that the controller, I would like to see the controller be more of a part of this process with like actually giving you information or being here as a resource for you as the budget hearings are going on. And so providing that data real time about what are the cuts, where are they coming from, providing you with like the context of like, well, this, we did have to cut this here, but would you consider putting it here, or would you consider funding it this different way? And kind of being more of a department by department resource for what happened in their budget. And second, I think this is more to your team idea, is that we need to have like a departmental budget review meeting for each department before the budget hearings, and we would sort of assign. This is just out of...
That's time. I'll cede my time if you guys need more. You can have my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Counselor. We could assign, or a council member could choose what department they kind of want to represent, and that counselor would go to a department budget review meeting. And at that time, you could dig in more to the real nitty-gritty details of what is in that department's budget. And you can ask questions and you can get more information. And then you come back to council, and each one of you sort of is a resource for the entire panel to have kind of a discussion. When your colleagues have questions, you can be like, oh yeah, I talked to the department head actually about that, and this is what I learned. So, what do you think, department head? Like, where could we find efficiencies, or where could we make some trade-offs? So I would like to carry on this discussion with you offline, after this meeting, because I definitely have ideas about how we could do this better.
Absolutely. And then I don't want to feed into too much of the free time that I've been given, or Councilmember Daley's time, but that question of starting earlier, right, I think is like, let's keep that in the, anyways, I'm done.
I'm with you.
Sure thing. Any other questions? Councilmember Strasburg and then Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Hi, I have a real, in the budget book, it says question, and that might be helped if our staff could put the slideshow back up again with the summary budget allocation numbers, because so in the budget book, it has the budget overview with that chart, and then it has the budget notes about personnel, supplies, and then other services. And not that one.
The one that's like a page,
one that has like the 2022, that one.
Yeah.
So in the other services, your paragraph says, other services budget increased by $7,700 for increases in postage, training, and associated travel. Parks General Fund interfund transfer was removed from the 2025 budget for a total decrease. You're shaking your head no. I was thoroughly confused by that description of how other services changed, because that did not in any way reflect what was on the...
So that's in my budget, the controller's budget memo?
That's in like the main budget book link that we were sent.
Okay.
And
that's an error, but easily fixed. We can just send you a link directly to the entire controller's memo. We can just get you that memo. So we apologize for that.
Okay. I was thoroughly confused by that. I was like, what on earth is happening here?
Yeah, that is weird.
Thank you. Just thinking about, that was the link, that was the original link that was sent out to us last Friday or Thursday, or I don't even remember which day anymore. Yeah, and then the other thing that I wanted to mention, maybe kind of as a comment and kind of as a question, but potentially next year in this process, I would appreciate seeing actual expenditures in the different accounts from 2023, or like from the year before or the current year to date. Something like that, besides just what was the actual budgeted amount, but what was the amount that was actually spent?
Yep.
I guess that's a number that I'm interested in.
Yeah,
what
we look
was
at that.
actually spent. And so I don't know the easiest way to do that overall, but I would be interested in that as part of a budget packet in future years.
We could, so we have 2020, like, let's think about this year. We have 2023 actual. We have 2024 budget. We could give you 2024 budget so far, but it wouldn't really,
Right, so the
it might-
2023 actual column is the actual amount that was spent in 2023?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And then the 2024 budget. Other times when I've seen things like that, like in a year to date, it's then showed like a percentage of the total. And so like some
Yeah.
of those accounts, like and then it's the percentage of how much year has passed.
Mhm.
So like things like salary, those things should be pretty well matched, and other
Mhm.
things might not necessarily be matched, but I would be interested in that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, thank you. So I had the same question about the $7,000 decrease and paragraph that didn't make any sense. So I'm glad that we don't have to decipher that. We'll just get the correct one. In your outputs table about drive cost reduction initiatives, you have an output that I really appreciated seeing. It's review city assets and determine opportunities to cut carrying costs of surplus assets such as land, vehicles, and equipment. And I was wondering, I know the city owns land that, is not being used. This is not in the presentation, it's in the memo.
Yeah.
So is your review of such surplus assets, does that include assets of the RDC?
I'm thinking about our annual financial report. There's so many assets. I believe that it does, but I will confirm. Yes, it does. It does confirm the assets of the RDC.
Okay, I think that would be great, and I would look forward to that report.
Got it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Director McClellan, for answering my question, or at least partially. I might have missed part of it, so let's just review it. You described how that money, that $900,000 landed in your budget, but where is it directed? Did I miss that part? What will it be spent for?
It would be spent for bond payments, the bond payment for the public safety bond.
Okay, great. This is too complicated to really unpack right here, but when we passed the ED Lit, which now has a revenue of projected $17.2 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Large amount. It looks absolutely necessary that we did that. I'm happy that we did. We had different directions it would go in public safety, climate change, equity and quality of life, essential city services. Now, it's a new administration, and so you have your priorities. But I'd like to try to track it in terms of categorization. So, for instance, I saw $600,000 in the IT budget from the ED Lit.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe going forward, you could help me understand where that particular pot of money is going.
Mm-hmm.
I particularly want to make sure that public safety and climate change is, and I think you do too, gets its share.
Okay.
Because it could be, go elsewhere. So, so that's one. It's sort of a comment. It's not a question. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I guess we're mixing and matching like comments and questions now. I have a lot of questions about general obligation bonds, the rationale, the process, the benefits, the downsides, et cetera. Too much to ask right now. But I wanted to refer to a figure, and it was in our budget book. Ash, could you project that? It's on page 10. And it gives me a kind of a 30,000-foot view of the budget, which I appreciate. And I guess what we're seeing here is the tremendous increase in personnel expenses over time.
Mm-hmm.
And if I understand this correctly, if I look at the general fund, civil, that encompasses probably that increase from 2024 is maybe 5 million. And so I'm looking at that as related to my previous question, which was to HR, that the Crow study is going to cost 5 million. So am I correct in assuming that that was that increase?
Yes.
And I'm almost out of time. So how about if we revisit this figure in a few minutes?
Any other questions? All right. Well, we'll move to public comment then. Attorney Kulak, would you mind checking online?
Yes, so if you would like to make a public comment and you are online, you can do so using the raise hand feature in the reactions tab, or if you can't find it, the more tab. If you need assistance, you can send a chat to the meeting host.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in chambers who would like to make a comment? It's crickets. Anybody online?
Don't see any immediate takers.
All right. I'm guessing that's a no. So we will come back to council for comments. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So just so I can understand this figure, because I think it's informative. So if I look at the budget, the total budget is 138 million. Is that right? Not this, but I'm talking about in total.
It's 145 million.
145
that table is a
million.
little off. Sorry about that.
Oh, it is. It's 145 million. Anyway. Okay. It was like 135 million last year. So it's about 10 million more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's good to know. So that other incremental, so when I look at 2024, just that whole stack of 2025 compared to 2024, it looks to me about 10 million bucks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because the 5 million of the Civil City personnel expenditures that we're anticipating from Crow, there's got to be, 6 million, okay. Then we've got some new personnel that are going to be added. That's probably in there somewhere. Mm-hmm. And then we've got anticipated negotiations with police and fire that are going to increase salaries, and that's making up most of the difference?
Yes.
Would you say? Am I understanding that?
Fire makes up a lot of that difference.
Okay.
The most of the difference is fire.
Okay. That helps me a great deal. I don't really have time to unpack some other things, so I think I'm just going to write them down. But I appreciate your dilemma, because you've got personnel costs that are pretty whopping, and I think they're well justified. I think that we've been falling behind in terms of salaries in the last few years, and I ranted about that in previous budgets to the former administration, which was frustrating because I think we could have done better. And I'm glad that you're kind of now revisiting this because it's very important. So thank you for your presentation, and I look forward to talking to you more about this.
Other comments? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I'm just really tired, and I want to say thank you for your presentation, and I have a really hard time doing this all in 1 week. I'm so tired tonight. I will be asking questions via the document, and whoever picked the color scheme on that chart there we just saw did a really good job. It's very pleasing. Thank you for that.
Any other comments? No? Comments? No? Okay. We're not done yet. You're done. You're done. Thank you for your presentations. Now is the part of the show where all the council members can have 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, to make final comments on the entire budget. How should we do this? Should we just go down the line, or just start? Yeah, absolutely. We'll start on my left, since I'm left-handed anyway. And Councilmember Piedmont Smith, did you want to start?
Okay, hopefully this isn't more than 3 minutes. First of all, I want to thank all the city staff that were involved in creating this budget. I agree that the overhaul of the classification and compensation system for our staff, based on the Crow Consultant Report, is a top priority. Our staff deserve higher wages and a more fair system of job grades and professional advancement. So I'm in support of that expenditure. The process of collaboration between the City Council and the Mayor's administration on the budget has improved this year, but we still have a way to go. Both sides, I think, could have done a better job of communicating after the Council's June 18th memo was issued. Also, we should have started earlier, as has been mentioned, although that would have been difficult this year since the new administration was understandably still getting its bearings until the summer. This year, we have taken baby steps towards an outcomes-based budgeting process. Department heads are still getting used to this new way of thinking, I think. And we saw in the budget book that the 20,000-foot view of why is this good for the community is not easy to take in some cases when you're just picking up trash every day and stuff like that. Overall, it serves the community best when the council and the mayor can agree on outcomes and work backward from there to establish the steps to attain them. I think there's a lot of agreement between council and the mayor's administration on outcomes in a broad sense, but we need to communicate more and better on how to attain these outcomes. I'd like to end with a request to the mayor in regard to public safety. In the council's June 18th memo, we gave the following as an important objective: to improve the safety of community members and address disparities or inequities in existing public safety outcomes through a public safety system that includes social services, physical and mental health provision, emergency dispatch, the fire department, and the police department. I do not see this reflected in the budget. We're increasing salaries for police and fire officers, but we are not creating a plan to actually increase the safety of our residents, especially the most vulnerable in our community. We need a comprehensive public safety plan. The work of the CAPS Commission can and should factor into this project, but the project itself is not mentioned nor funded in the mayor's budget proposal for 2025. This needs to be changed.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenbarger.
Okay, I'm really tired, as I just said. So first, I want to say thank you to all city staff and electeds for putting so much time and energy into the proposed 2025 budget, whether I support all or bits of a departmental budget. I know it takes a lot of work to pull it all together. I don't have a second exactly written, so some bullets that I have. I wish budget hearings were a time we could all come together to review and double check what we have been talking about for months. Instead, we got the budget book a month and a half after council sent a memo with our priorities to the administration. I wish there had been connections and conversations in that month and a half. I mean, this isn't new to this year, but we get to this point where we don't have that much time to go through and make changes. I mean, I know we have until the 10th or the 12th, but it's a lot then of work to put on folks to make any changes or, I mean, offer up ideas for changes or cuts. I'm going to continue to ask questions in the next few days in the documents that we have, like where is the plan to convert a city-owned surface-level parking lot to affordable housing? Where is the funding for building out a priority, a transportation plan, bike network? Just like kind of honing in on the Vision Zero / Safe Streets for All stuff. This, I think we started in 2024, even though the whole federal program started in 2023. I know, I mean, it doesn't happen overnight, but Safe Streets for All is like an addition, or it's almost like tying together what we already have in the works. So kind of just, you know, saying we're going to plan it, and then we might start implementing it in 2025, but there's no budget for that, and then maybe apply for grants. But I mean, I even looked up just some FAQs on Safe Streets for All, and it says if you're planning in 2024, it is incredibly unlikely you'll get any funding for implementation for 18 months to 3 years. So it's just something I think we can't wait for. I guess just what I said the other day, you know, we've been rolling as a city, and there are a lot of plans and projects going, and I guess I would just like to see in this budget still more pilots, more tries, more throwing some things out there and seeing what sticks. And hopefully we can kind of make some changes for that. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Councilmember Asari.
I want to begin by acknowledging the significant effort that's gone into crafting this budget. It's clear to me that the mayor's office has worked diligently, and I believe that the budget before us is a good one, as I've said throughout this process, and I think one that was presented in good faith, and the ideas of actually trying to meet some shared goals. Eleanor Ostrom, IU professor, Nobel laureate, whose work on collective action and governance has inspired a lot of the stuff that I do, often spoke about the critical role of trust in any cooperative effort. And trust is not just, she would say, something that's nice to have, but that it is the bedrock on which successful collaboration is built. And as we consider this budget, I think that it's important to keep in mind 5 insights that we gain from Ostrom's work that are particularly relevant to our discussion. The first one, trust is the foundation for cooperation. Our ability to work together, even when we disagree, depends on the trust we place in one another to act in the best interest of our community. Second, trust is built through repeated interactions. I think over the past days, through our discussions and deliberations, I believe we've seen trust building and trust in action. I think we've had the chance to engage with the mayor's office, ask significant questions, hear responses, reinforce our commitment to the same goals, even if our priorities were, I think, in some handful of cases where we maybe weren't able to find that or to put that into the budget. Third, institutional design plays a key role in fostering trust. The budget process itself, as I've been speaking about this entire year, through transparency, structured dialogue, the setting of goals and targets, helps to create an environment where we can trust and flourish. While not every council priority is included in this budget, I find it difficult to identify a collection of things that I did not like in the budget that were presented to replace the things that are not there. And I think that that's really, as we move forward over the next several weeks, I mean, I could, there's a handful of things I could say, maybe I would like this less than the clear priorities and, that I think my other colleagues have pointed out very clearly. And so I think in the next weeks, what I'd really like to see, though, is us coming up with a very strong capital plan. I think you've presented a strong idea for alternative ways that we can fund some of these missing priorities, and I think that let's continue to trust and collaborate with one another in doing that. And I think the last one is that trust is context-specific. Our community, with its unique challenges and opportunities, requires a budget that reflects its specific needs. I think that we are doing our best efforts at getting to that point, and I hope that the administration also acknowledges the fact that we are contributing our best to get the best outcome here. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Councilmember Stossberg.
Hi, thank you. I am the first maybe in the row that I do not have a prepared statement of any kind right now because I had other things that I was prioritizing in terms of preparing for this meeting tonight. So I want to thank everybody who has hung in until the bitter end here this evening, and a special thanks to the mayor's office, the controller's office, for all the work that they've done on this budget and in this whole year, honestly, helping us understand this whole process and financial revenue and expenses and all of the pieces and complications of what goes into municipal budgeting. And I say that kind of as a new council person who, there's a learning curve to understanding how this kind of budget works. So I appreciate all of the guidance that they've given. I want to second a little bit about what some of my colleagues have said. Councilmember Rosenbarger and I talked about this some during the actual engineering and planning presentation. I do want to make sure that we are funding projects that we've previously identified as being important, and I want to make sure that those plans that have been done don't get lost in the weeds, and that is generally a priority. And I know it's one of those things where there's only so much money and you can't you can't spend everything, or you can't spend, oh my gosh, I'm very tired. At some point, you run out of money and you have to make hard decisions about what you can fund and what you can't fund. But we need to make sure that some of those things don't get lost. And I also want to call out some things that Councilmember Piedmont Smith mentioned about public safety. And I am not opposed to giving police officers a well-deserved raise and making sure that they earn an appropriate amount of money based on their position, but I don't think that that is going to be the be-all, end-all solution for improving public safety in this town as a system and as a unit. And I think that one of the things that really needs to happen is we need to dig into that dispatch information about what exactly is causing some of those increases, and I think we really need to address those as a root cause. And I think that goes to the outcome-based budgeting concept that we don't really know what we should fix unless we know what it is that we need to fix, right? We can't make a goal until we know what the problem is. And I don't feel like in any of my questionings or Councilmember Asari's questions actually over time about the dispatch calls, there's really clarity for that. And our police chief is a police chief. He is not a data analyst, and that potentially we need to put some effort forth in data analysis to really understand what is going on there. And maybe some of that work has already been done and maybe it hasn't, but I'm interested in seeing that further. And thank you very much. Have a great night.
So I hadn't had anything prepared for tonight either, and I thought I was just going to pretty much punt and say thank you all. But listening to all of the comments so far just kind of got me thinking a little bit about, so for my job, I do admissions interviews for MBA students, and part of the conversation that I always have, the question that I always ask them is about teamwork. And I ask them to talk to me about, how they their philosophy toward teamwork and how they see themselves on a team and how they deal with people who have different perspectives that they have to work with on a team. And so the best answers that I always get always boil down to open communication, trust, and setting expectations. And I really am thinking about that right now because I'm realizing we are one big team. I don't mean just council and, I mean the entire city. We're all one big team. And we're all taking our different roles on the team, and we need to have that open communication and that trust and set expectations, for ourselves and for each other, and just continue moving in that direction and learning how to proceed together when there is conflict of interest and when somebody is coming at something with a different perspective. I don't have the magic answer. I'm just putting that out there. That's something that kind of struck me as I'm listening tonight. But it's been a long 4 nights, so thank you everybody who has presented, whether or not they're here right now, but especially to the people who've stuck around the longest. And I've learned so much these past 4 weeks, so I'm really excited to do it again next year. 4 days. Yeah. I'm really excited because I learned so much. I can't wait to use it next year. Councilmember Rollo.
Ash is waiting till I begin speaking before. There we go. Okay. Random thoughts. Here we go. Thank you for implementing the Crow report. It's very important. Regarding electeds, I'm glad that they were looped in. I think it was a mistake to do it without objectivity, and I appreciate you enlisting Crow to do it. After all, we're electeds, the council, the mayor, and the clerk. We're all in the same party, and so we have to make sure that there's no appearance. You have to be cognizant of any appearance of non-objectivity. So thank you for that. A bit disappointed about Jack Hopkins. I think it could have been higher. I hope you might consider adding it another $150,000 or $200,000 to that. I think that I've talked thematically about growth. I think growth comes at a cost for a community. It's not just, unicorns and rainbows if you grow. I think there's an environmental cost, there's pollution costs, there's congestion, there's crime. And then there's costs for services if they're not internalized. So my hope is that we can really focus on internalization of cost. That is, that if somebody grows, if somebody proposes a development, they're paying those costs. The community, it's not borne by the community. And then we have to think about ways we can build wealth without growth, because that's possible. There's a lot to capture for recirculation of wealth in the community. This kind of is linked to annexation. It's one of the reasons I was opposed to annexation, because of the idea of concurrency. I didn't think that we had the services to extend to the county. Chief among them were police, and I'm glad that there is attention now to the police and fire budget. I think that it's long overdue, and we really need to catch up if we're going to be competitive, because we're not going to be able to reach our goal of the needed officers, and we can't rely on them continually, perpetually working overtime, forced overtime. We're begging for an accident, and that would be a horrible, horrible outcome. Happy to hear that the administration is thinking like-mindedly about Airbnb regulation, because I think that that's important. That's just one aspect of the housing market that we need to think about. Regarding homeless, it's very complicated, but we need to help them break addiction, help those with mental illness. And then lastly, I have some trepidation about the general obligation bonds, but I'm open to discuss that at this point, because I know that it's complicated and there's a downside to it, but there's also a necessity for it as described. So, thank you.
Councilmember Zulik.
Hello, everyone. I want to start out by saying thank you so much to each person who has contributed to this budget. I know city staff has been working overtime to make this happen, and I really appreciate everyone's public service. There are some really cool programs within this budget that I'm excited about, the highlights including, but not limited to, the pilot programs at hand and the CIB, for which I have offered consistent support and plan on continuing to do so. That said, I will not support this current budget as a whole. We received a list of responses from the mayor's office addressing each budget priority that the council set out. Unfortunately, many of the responses were highlighted as included in the budget, but really gave the gist of we're looking into it, but failed to provide any real funding towards several very important council priorities across departments. Making a plan to address something without putting any money into it does not count as including it in a budget. And to reiterate my comments from the other night, there's a major difference between saying something is our priority and making that priority real by funding it. To be clear, I was one of the council members that was enthusiastic about working with the mayor's office during council recess, so I'm a bit frustrated that this budget is one that pretty blatantly lacks collaboration and compromise. While I have the utmost respect for everyone who worked on this budget and appreciation for everyone's time, I will not be voting in favor of this budget unless there are some serious changes that are made prior to our final vote. However, I do really look forward to working with the administration and my colleagues to make the necessary changes for a budget that works for everyone. Just to reiterate, I really appreciate everyone's time, and I look forward to working on this together.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, it is now time for closing ceremonies. It's only going to take a few hours. I'm kidding. We're done. Thank you, everybody. Good night.